All right. All right. What's up, Fallen? How you doing? Let me find the button. How's it going, guys? So normally we do Music Mondays, but I'm canceling Music Monday this Monday because I don't feel up to it. I'm just gonna play some Path of Exile 1. The only thing I really want to do at all in life right now is finish the Path of Exile 1 story. I'm just that over everything. So that's what we're gonna do. Is we're just gonna chill here. I even have like comfort coffee. One of my favorite coffees that only comes out around this time of year is Green Mountain Red Velvet Cappuccino. This shit is so good. So I've got that, and I've got Nutella. Well, the Aldi's brand of Nutella, which is even better than actual Nutella, and saltines for when I feel like a snack. And we're just gonna chill here and do the story mode of the game tonight. How is everyone else doing? I'm Louis Vuitton. Nice to meet you, Louis. I need to calm down with the cheese. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been through that. I know what that's like for sure. But cheese is so good though. Why is it that cheese hates us as much as we love it, bro? But cheese is life, new place. Yeah, so I've been in this place trying to get it set up, and it's honestly like, I don't know, the cause of like 70% of my stress right now. It's just hard to. There were like a lot of promises made when I agreed to move in here, and they just haven't been kept, and we'll leave it at that. It's just been an endless, and it's just always excuses is the only response, and I'm like, I'm over it. I don't want to shit talk anyone on my stream, especially because I try and be thankful for the opportunity I have here. I have this nice room that I'll be able to eventually, maybe like God knows when, turn into an actual studio at some point. But I just don't have the resources to do that, even though I was told I'd be given the resources. It's just a fucking endless goddamn pile of bullshit, if I'm being honest. And then the cat has just been the biggest asshole all day, to the point where I don't even want to deal with him either. It's just like I should have told them to take the cat out to the Caribbean with them. Like, oh, just. Ugh. I thought this week was gonna be better than last week, but no, it's like it finally stopped snowing, but now there's just a whole bunch of bullshit to deal with in my life. I'm stressed the hell out, so I'm just only gonna. Oh, you know what? I forgot that I can't. This game does not like it if I start it before I switch the headphone inputs. It won't switch inputs after I start the game. So we're going to restart the game real quick. Sorry to rob you guys of. Wait. No, stop. I didn't switch. Sorry to rob you of the fireplace ASMR. Dude, I gotta get. There's so many things I gotta do here. It's just frustrating. And I'm not getting help with any of it. In fact, people just want to offer a bunch of goddamn useless, unsolicited advice because they don't know a fucking thing about what they're talking about. They have no idea what I've been through and what I'm going through, and all they want to do is talk shit. And it's like, yo, just leave me the fuck alone and I'll figure it out myself, you know? Anyways, looks like we don't hear any ASMR. Maybe like let me get closer to. Can you hear it now? Because I definitely saw it on the. I'll stop talking for a sec. But I definitely saw it on the levels. Maybe it's so low that you can't hear it. You might only be able to hear it if you have headphones on. I've noticed that some people playing music and I can't hear it on their stream unless I put my headphones on. But you should be able to hear like fireplace noises at the moment. I want some water to go with this coffee. I hydrated using the Coke earlier, to in case you were wondering. I kind of crinkled the can a little bit near the microphone. I don't know if you heard that. But now we're hydrating using water. All right. Faintly now, yeah. I was. Oh, you never use headphones? I use headphones a lot. It depends. If I'm gaming, I'm gonna use headphones probably. If I'm just like watching the Phil DeFranco show, I'm probably not gonna. So, basically, where we are now is I ended up playing a little bit off stream last night because I just felt like gaming quietly. And the last thing we did was, oh, we got a damn ad. I'll say after the. I'll wait till the fucking ad's over. Why is it gotta have a goddamn ad break right as I'm trying to explain something? I can't wait to get enough money to build my own social media platform that doesn't have any of all this bullshit. There's so many simple things people could do to, and it's not even starting. You know what? The Twitch apocalypse is annoying to me, not because it doesn't like I get less money. I was getting like $1 in ads per stream to begin with. That hasn't really changed. But it's annoying to me because it's fucked up the pre-roll schedule where like the ads are supposed to come on to keep the pre-rolls off, but they're scheduled to only do that every so often. So they come in to turn the pre-rolls off, and then because there's a lack of ads right now, it takes forever to pick an ad. So then it takes way too long to start running the ads, turn the pre-rolls off. So it's just literally nothing is going smooth at all anyway. And I kind of want to just, if I've been in this mood for like 3 years at this point, where I just want to pack what I can into my hiking backpack. It's over there in the corner. I don't know if you can see it behind my guitar, but I just want to sell like 99% of my stuff, rent out a storage container for the few things I want to keep, put everything that I want to take with me in my backpack, and just disappear from the fucking world. I've been on that mood for like 3 years now, and I'm really feeling it more than ever lately. I'm regretting agreeing to move into this place every single day. It's just so goddamn frustrating. But enough about the bad shit. Now that the fucking ads are out of the way and I can actually talk to my chat. So last night we killed the nightmare. We were on stream doing some regular playthrough, and then I started getting too tired to the point where I like wasn't talking to chat at all. So I just ended stream because there was like nobody on worth rating really, and I just didn't feel like having to go in and talk to a new person. So I just ended the stream for like probably the first time in 5 years that I haven't rated out at the end of the stream, besides like one weird thing. I think there was one other time I can think of, maybe, not sure. But yeah, I ended up playing for a little bit longer. We got to the point on stream where there were 2 sections. I had to get the Eye of Fury from someone in a dream that was red, and then I had to get the Eye of Desire for someone in a dream that was blue. Then we used those 2 eyes to blast a wall into the depths of the Nightmare Beast, and we went inside and we killed Malachi, and that transformed the Gemling Queen into just a uh, like a crippled old lady, and that cleared the previous section. Then we came in here and started a slave uprising, so that's fun. And now we're trying to continue that uprising. I guess we basically, this is like the one of the slave overseer towers that has been taken, and we've got to go. I don't remember specifically. We need to find something that's gonna help us. We're kind of just stuck in this one corner, basically. So like the slaves have risen up, and we took out a big overseer that they said they wouldn't have been able to do by themselves. So they're like, well, we don't know who you are, and I'm actually a Templar. Who they're rising up against. They're rising up against the Templars, but I'm an exiled Templar who killed one of the slave overseers, so they're pretty chill with me. And now we're just gonna go take vengeance on the people that exiled me. That sounds kind of appropriate for the mood I'm feeling in right now. Let's do it. Like, at this point, I don't even care what the objective is. These slaves need my help. I'm like, cool. I get to kill people that fucked me over. Sounds fun. Alright. How's everyone else doing? I would recommend van life or RV than storage unit or both. So that's part of the bullshit, right? I had a whatchamacallit. I can't remember what it's called right now. A station wagon that I was working on. I put like, I got it for about $500 at auction. Put about, it was like, once I got it back, I had to drive it from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh with only one working brake line. And that was like all I knew was wrong with it, right? When you buy a car on auction like that, it's basically sight unseen. So like somehow I made it back. I named it Grace because it was by God's grace that I made it back. And then I put like an additional $2,000 into that. It was like $1,000 by the time I paid for the registration and paid for the gas and got it back here. Then I put another $2,000 into it, most of which the guy I paid to have it pass inspection just fucking stole and disappeared with. And then the town that I was a firefighter for nearly 15 years sent me a letter saying, hey, because your car isn't inspected, you know, the one that you put $3,000 into and then someone stole most of the money, so that's why it's not inspected. We're going to tow it because we're considering it an abandoned vehicle since it's not inspected. So you have a little bit of time to move it, or we're going to tow it and charge you $500. So I was like, oh, cool, thank you. Nice to know that, like I've never been the type of person to ask for anything that I've done for people. But what does piss me off is when I've, like, literally fucking bled and sweated my entire life for people, only to have them stab me in the back when it's just, like, even remotely inconvenient that I exist to them. So, yeah. And then I asked, like, my family and friends. It's like, hey, any of you got a place where I could like park this for a while, just to just until I can like recover the money that was stolen from me and get it fucking inspected? And they were like, no, no, fuck you. So I just had to pay one of those damn companies to come. Oh no, one of those companies bought it, and it was because I had no other option. I wasn't legally allowed to drive it because it wasn't inspected, even though I got it to a place where I could like start it with a hammer on my own without the dude's help that fucking stole my money. But legally I wasn't allowed to drive it, and I didn't have anywhere to park it even if I did move it somewhere, so there was really no point. So like a tow company came and they paid me $300 for it. And that's when I started realizing that I put like $3,000 into this car and I got 300 back from it. And I started like taking a really hard, long look at my life, and I realized that for my entire life, like all the people around me have only ever leached the fuck off of me, and they wonder why I like can't get my life together, because it's like, because I pour 100% of myself into this shit, and y'all take 90% of it from me and leave me with 10 goddamn percent, and I can't even survive on that. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? Yeah, so I find it pretty ironic, Fallen Knight, that you come in here after I'm talking about people giving me unsolicited advice, and then you just show up with a bunch of unsolicited advice. Now, I don't want to, I wasn't going off on you specifically there. I was just ranting about the situation. But come on, are you really not, do you really lack self-awareness like that? I love you, Fallen, but that was kind of a dumb thing to say, if I'm being honest. Like, just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, that hurts. What the hell is doing all that damage? Alright, well, I think I'm done ranting for the moment, at least. Let's go see if I missed anything when I was just rage running. Alright, it doesn't look like there's any loot there I need necessarily. Let's kill those guys. I'll catch up with chat in a second. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss any important drops or like whatchamacallit, containers while I was ranting and not really paying attention to where I was going. Alright. Night Rose. Sorry. No, it's alright. Faintly now, ads are a part of everything now, Prime, Netflix. Yeah, no, I'm sorry I went off on you, Paul. It's not you I'm angry about. It's just the whole situation. This has literally been years at this point, and I'm just tired of people fucking stepping on my face and being like, so why can't you stand up? Cause you're on my goddamn face, you fucking idiot. That's why. And that's not you, follow what I'm saying. That's just a you, the universe in general, you esoteric, you know? You've never been anything but supportive in this chat. So I just want to say thank you for showing up and chatting. I'm just already in a mood, you know? That's why I'm doing this instead of music tonight. I'm just can't do the music right now. We'll do the music maybe next week. I don't want to like that's the goal right now, is just to try and do the music next week. I'm not saying we won't do music sometime during the week if my mood improves, but at this point I kind of just want to complete this story mission. Like that's all I really want to do at the moment. How's everyone else doing? I hope everyone else's day is going better though. It seems like I definitely scared some people off with my rant, but that's all right. The whole time I was doing it, I knew it wasn't really good content because I'm sure there aren't people that want to see me like that, and also wouldn't be surprised if some of the people I was kind of ranting about were in chat and decided to leave because they didn't want to confront the truth. But that's just life, you know? Oh, I feel like the whole world is in this mood right now. Cause y'all should have seen general chat. I haven't even been paying attention since I started streaming. I don't know if it's still going off, but general chat in the game, I don't know how much you can see it. It's probably behind my camera. Yeah, it's probably best that you can't see it. That's one of the reasons why I put my camera there, because most chats are there, and you know, gamer words and all that stuff. But yeah, I hope everyone else's day is going better. Bro, you chilling big dark style? You know it. How's it going, Lady Lisa? How are you? Good to see you. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, I'm just hardcore chilling. I'm in a bit of a mood today. So all I really want to do is finish the Path of Exile 1 campaign before 2 goes free to play. So that's what I'm doing right now. Just because I know I got 6 months or whatever, but also there's other games that I want to play, and I want to just get this out of the way at this point. Start working on my other backlogs. You're slowly blasting? Oh, you know it. I can blast even slower if you like, if that's what does it for you. I'm insanely fucked up, by the way, just on low key levels. No one ever knows how fucked up I am until they ask, and then I tell them the truth, and that's what always does me in. I'm honest when people don't expect me to be, because everyone they know is a goddamn liar, and then they despise me for telling the truth. It's like, bro, if you didn't want to know the truth, then why'd you ask the damn question? Alright, wasn't there something here that I couldn't pick up? Yeah, I'm back to ranting again. I'm probably gonna spend this entire stream ranting. We're back to 2019 Drifter, where all I did was rant for like 10 hours. This is the least chill, big chillin' ever. Alright, well, do I have anything worth keeping? That might be worth it. Oh, that's kind of solid, actually. I'm gonna place that with that. Let's see. Nothing else really for my build, I don't think so. No, we can just sell all this. Alright. Lonnie. What's... Oh, we don't want evasion. Alright. Wait, what? Did I miss that one? I missed one.
For freedom.
Dude, those fucking dragons are annoying as shit. I can't see anything. I don't even know if they're dragons. They're like harpies, maybe? It's hard to tell. Oops. Alright. We're just gonna keep slaughtering the slave owners. ring. Go back down this layer. Ooh. Oh, there we go. Nice little level up. I always wonder, like, you know, the funny thing is, you look at these guys and you're like, that guy just wiped out their entire squadron. Or squad, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what they would call a group of slave drivers. But, they're like, that guy wiped out my entire squad. Let's go 1v1 him. And you're like, man, people wouldn't be that dumb in real life. Oh, yes, they are. Dude, the more I watch, just the more I pay attention to everything going on right now, the more I realize that, like, 90, maybe not exactly 90, but around 70 to 80% of people in the world are actually dumb as fuck. Like, it makes no sense how stupid people are these days. And it's not even where it's just like they're low IQ or low intelligence. It's two things. One, they're way too fucking gullible, and the second is that they are willfully ignorant. And those are the things that make people so fucking stupid these days that it's absolutely insane. I just need to press a button in my Star Wars role-playing game. I finished the hyperspace jump, and now the next one is going, and I am a force-sensitive bounty hunter, so I'm go ahead and do my force meditation now that we've got the thing started. And look at that, we are good to go. I'm flying in a sexy little A-wing right there. All right, let's drag this back over to where it goes. So what was I saying? Yeah, it's just the more I like look at everything going on in the world, I start to realize that it's not that people are actually stupid. They just don't use their brains at all. And I don't know why. I really don't get it. I find it so hard to have conversations with the most people because they don't even have like an original thought in their head or know what they're saying. They're just parroting some bullshit that doesn't make any sense. And it's just like, why would you even think that? How could you be so dumb as to even think that that's even remotely true or possible? And it goes to both sides. For those of you who may not know me or maybe new, I am technically slightly left-leaning, but I don't subscribe to either political party because they both just lie to you and primarily take advantage of the people that they most claim to help. It's actually so fucked up. Like, I studied political science in college, so I know actually how the system works. And the system doesn't care about you at all. It just cares about controlling you and manipulating you and turning you into a wage slave. So it doesn't matter which side people choose, because the lesser of two evils is still evil. So as long as you're playing the game, you're complicit. And I'm so sick of people trying to convince me that because like, oh, one side did this or one side did that, you should join my side. No, I don't want to be a slave to anyone. I don't understand why people are so willing to hand over their free will and their self-determination just because someone else told them to. Like, it makes no sense to me whatsoever. And I just love that we're slaughtering a bunch of slave drivers as we talk about this. This is an appropriate time to be leading a slave rebellion, it would seem. I don't know if I'm really leading it. I'm assisting. The two leaders are in that tower. That was for a quest. We already picked it up. I just wanted to see if we could get additional drops. And that's appropriate because, to be honest, I don't want to lead anything. I just want to fuck shit up. And if they need me to fuck shit up to accomplish their slave rebellion, cool. I don't like these guys anyways, because they're the ones that exiled me in the first place. Whoa! They're just hitting me through the ground. Let's just teleport down there. Taste my fire, bitch. Alright. Wait, there's another one still? There were two. Ooh, take that. Okay. Wow, there's another one up there. Let's just get all this stuff before. We're gonna take that guy out personally. Give him a couple swings with the axe. Where do you keep coming from? Anyone in chat play this game? I'm curious. Everyone's playing 2 right now. And I kind of want to play 2, but I definitely don't want to spend money on it. There are 2 things, only 2 things that annoy me about this game. One is that you have to mouse move, but like clicking will also cause you randomly to just pick shit up that you don't want. And there doesn't appear to be a way to turn that off. I checked once, but I don't remember if I actually found a solution. Oh, we want to go this way. Yeah. I don't know what that guy was doing in the corner, but it was kind of funny that he just walked up there and stood in the corner like that. Go ahead and grab this loot. I'm kind of a little bit over this game too. It's one of those things where it's fun, but then it gets very repetitive very quickly. Not nearly as quickly as Diablo 4. That game, it was like, I was done with that game by the time I was like level 7. Whenever I got like all my abilities, it was like, wait, so I just got to do this for 40 more hours? Oh, this is the guy I'm supposed to kill. Well, that was easy.
You should have kept your eyes on God.
Bro, I love the Templar. It's got the best shit talk. So we're supposed to take this guy's eyes, because apparently he's got special eyes that will grant him access to like an inner sanctum of the Templars. So when I killed him and we take these eyes, my guy, the ex-Templar who got exiled, said, "You should have kept your eyes on God." That's so badass, to be honest. I'm gonna use that if I ever get into like an argument with a priest. Oh, that's nasty. I love it. Eyes blazing with holy flame. The pilgrims saw a great great palace descend from the burgeoning sky. Its gates barred against the unfaithful. Ooh, I kind of want that helmet, but it's an energy shield helmet, and we just go with. I want a better looking helmet, but it's an energy shield helmet, and we just go with flat health on this build. I think let me look something up. Path of Exile shield. I probably should have done energy shield, but whatever. Actually, since we're going, is there like a better? Yeah, there is a better. There's all, dude. Fandom is the worst wiki ever. Like it's gone downhill. It was okay for a while, but it's gone downhill so bad. All right, so damn, that's a lot of energy shield. Look at that. Look at that shield compared to mine. So far, we've been going with a health build, but I want to see what the stats. All right, so form of defense that acts an additional hit point on top of life, along with armor and evasion. Energy shield is one of the 3 defense types that can implicitly appear on equipment. Unlike life, energy shield will recharge naturally after the character has not taken any damage for 2 seconds. Every class starts with no energy shield and gains a 2% increased maximum energy shield every 10 intelligence, and we've been doing an intelligence build. So we might actually swap to shield. Damage mitigation. If the character has any energy shield remaining when damage is taken, even damage from Labyrinth, that damage is inflicted on energy shield first. Physical damage reductions and elemental resistance is applied to the damage before it is deducted from the energy shield. Damage is only applied to life or mana once all energy shield is depleted. The exception to this is chaos damage, which bypasses the energy shield. Okay. Chaos damage effects which modify enemy shield. Oh, that's cool. So we can make it so chaos damage does not pass if we get one of these items. Recharge is active until it's interrupted by damage to energy shield or damage to status. Energy shield protects normally life or mana with Eldritch Battery. It is not interrupted by reaching full energy shield or by loss from non-damage sources. Alright. That energy shield will start recharging if the character does not take any damage for a certain period of time. By default, it's 2 seconds. It can be reduced with modifiers from passive skills and equipment. I don't want to read the whole thing, the whole equation. Energy shield recharge rate modifies recovery from recharge and is by default 33% of energy shield recharge per second. That's pretty good. With Eternal Youth, that's fine. It just changes it. While the character has energy shield remaining, the character has a 50% chance to ignore being stunned. This bonus is not additive with other stun avoidance modifiers from passive skills and equipment. The chance to ignore stun granted by energy shield is rolled separately. The avoidance is not require damage to reach energy shield. It will work even when all damage is taken by an Aegis or a ward first, or bypass energy shield due to divine flesh. It is disabled by energy battery even when okay. I think we're gonna swap to energy shield, especially because even though we are using a two-handed weapon as our primary weapon, oh my, there's so many items that buff energy shield. What is this? Oh, modifiers. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be for lower level items. Passive skills. We might. Do we end up? We might need to do some respecs. I have a lot of respecs points. Maybe like 5, I think. It's probably not enough for one of the health things we did. But I feel like we changed to energy shield on this build. We're not anywhere near an Ascendancy class yet. We have a jewel that does Magicka regen, which I think we're going to take. Okay. So, wait, are we full? Yeah, we're full. The battle plate. We kind of want that. Is there anything we can drop? Let's drop the Morning Star. I don't feel like coming back here. Alright. I kind of don't want to get rid of this armor, because this full plate, I don't have cosmetics, and I like the way it looks with that ring thing behind my head, especially since we're going with the whole like divine avenger type thing. But let's see. Um, we are going to. I'm gonna change to the Crusader helmet. Fuck that stupid helmet we're wearing. Assuming it's decent. We lose a lot of armor, but we get a bunch of energy shield. Does armor? All right, let's see. Does armor apply to energy shield, or is it just health? My guess is just health. Form of defense that mitigates incoming physical. Oh, it's only physical damage from hits. Armor can implicitly uh, appear on equipment. Armor rating can be increased taking certain passive skills. Let's see. Armor grants physical or damage reduction against hits with the exact amount of damage reduction depending on the relative magnitude of the character's armor value and the physical damage of the hit. If the armor value is significantly larger than the damage, most of the damage is prevented. If the armor value is similar or less than the incoming damage, only a small percentage of that damage will be prevented. For some new... Okay, I don't care. As a result, armor is more effective against many smaller hits, even if both scenarios represent the same damage. What is considered can be character with only minor limited case damage reduction is very low. The maximum damage is only 150. Armor never mitigates damage over time, as armor applies to only hits. Armor will reduce the initial hit, however, both normally armor against physical hits, not elemental or chaos. However, with Transcendence Keystone, it does appear that it works on the shield, because it doesn't say it doesn't work. It just says it's damage mitigation. But we don't have global accuracy rating, maximum mana, rarity of items, stun and block recovery, increased light radius versus. So the intelligence is nice. I think that's why we switched. And this gives strength. We could just do it like this. Oh, we can't? Dude, I don't know. There we go. So, we don't have the slots we need right now. If we put it on, we lose our abilities. But I'm just trying to figure out if we want to keep this. That gladiator helmet is so strong, though. As ugly as it is. I feel like I probably do want to switch the helmet out, but I'd have to get 4 red slots on it. Actually, no, I'd need 1 red slot, but I don't know if I've got enough of that. Alright, let's finish clearing this area. And then we can portal out and get some money. Or like trade stuff in, really. Technically, not really money. You get wisdom scrolls and other tradable items. Okay, this is kind of a big area. I expected we were near the end, but I guess not. These slave pits are massive. Gouger, can we fit that? Okay, you know what? We're just going to portal and then portal back. So to start, oh, that's right. Shit.
Fighting chance. And about his eyes, I'm sorry you had to do that. Yet although Utula's solution might seem brutal, I've seen Kadui men blinded with a hot poker, simply for looking a fraction too long at an Oriathan lady. Yes, this is war. And just a little revenge, too. Take something. A token of our thanks.
Revenge will lead you down the wrong path, but to each their own, I guess. So we use the granite flask mostly. The sapphire flask wouldn't be bad because I hate getting frozen too, but I feel like the granite flask is the one that I use the most. I don't know if it'll be better than ours, but I guess there's only one way to find out, right? See what happens. Alright. Can't compare. Increased charge recovery, 0.6 of attack damage as life during effect. That's pretty good. What do we have currently? Increased charge recovery. Ooh, but we have reduced effect. Increased. No, yeah. This is way better than the one we currently have. Alright. So, I don't think we need anything else. I mean, we need the eyes. In the eyes of the confessor, can't tell a lie. That's one of my favorite songs. Alright. So, we can sell the ring, sell the amulet, ring. I don't know. We're switching to energy shield. We might save those gone. Don't need that. Old one, yes. Okay. I'm going to wait till I clear the map before we do this whole thing because I don't want to lose map progress. So we're just gonna drop the armor there, drop the things. I don't think I have a crushing fist yet. Nope, no crushing fist, so we're just going to drop that here and then go back through before we lose our map progress because we did have that conversation with her. Alright, let's put another skill point into our fire. Can we reach that yet? Oh yes I can. Alright, so we just need 2 more points into fire. Actually, I'll probably just take those from a health. Is the health one? Oh, but actually, I want that just because. That one's really good, even if I'm not going to do a health build. This one. Oh, that one got me. We don't want minions. We definitely don't want maximum energy shield as 0. We're trying to go on increased energy shield. You can't deal damage with skills yourself. That would be such a weird build. Life regeneration is applied to energy shield instead. That's something we want. So we're going to... We wanted that socket slot and the elemental damage. We're going to... I think we refund this. I don't need the maximum life. We're gonna get that instead. No, not that one. That's the wrong one. We don't want that. But this one. Life regeneration is applied to energy shield instead. Okay. We do want an increase in energy shield and chaos resistance. And we need the... Alright. Oh. Actually. Might end up doing both of those. But we don't really need... Increase maximum life. Maximum life. Maximum life. Low life. Low life. Skill costs. Life instead of... No. Alright. Not for this. Especially once we're getting rid of... Is there any other... life that we have put points in? Doesn't look like it. So I think we're good on that. We're gonna have more energy shield regen now, and then we can worry about building it up later. Maybe we do get rid of that. If we're not even trying to do life anymore, regenerate 15%. Oh, this is all life. Yeah, we're just gonna get rid of all those passives. And we're going to finish maxing out the fire. Alright. Oops. Energy shield. What does that do? Lose 10% life energy shield when you use a chaos skill. That's not helpful. Oh, but it's plus... Yeah, we're not doing chaos on this. Let's go back to the basics and see. So there's some energy shield stuff here, it looks like. Armor and energy shield. Armor and energy shield. Armor and energy shield. Increased armor. Increased maximum energy shield. Regenerate 1% life per sec. Plus 10 to strength and intelligence. I mean, that's not bad. But I feel like I don't want to spend the points it takes to get there. And we have other stuff that we can already just spend on. What's that? Nope. We definitely don't want that. Let's see if we're gonna change this. 2% chance to defend with 100%, 50 or 5% missing energy shield. Recover 5%. We don't have any reform. It's good to know if we take this. Increased reductions to armor also apply to energy. 100% armor and energy shield from equipped body armor if equipped helmet, gloves, and all. Ooh, that's probably the one we want. Actually, we're probably going to refund that passive at some point and switch over. But in the meantime, why does that say energy? Those both say energy. This is all energy shield. But, well, not the middle one. This is energy shield. Maximum chance to block damage. After, probably not worth. After. Staffs, we don't do staffs. This is shield master. This is just straight up energy shield master. Maximum energy shield, maximum energy shield. Increased maximum energy shield, increased energy shield recharge rate, +1 to maximum lightning. And then we have light radius is based on energy shield instead of life. 30% increased light radius. 10% less physical damage while on full energy shield. 50% of your energy shield is added to your sun threshold. Generate 2% of energy shield per second. 30% of chaos damage taken does not bypass energy. 100% increased energy shield from equipped helmet. How many points do we have left? 2. That gives us 2 energy shield passives. I think we do that. Unless... So the other option is we start going for axe. Which is all the way down here. I think the fastest way to do that is through here. Strength, life, or no, we would go intelligence. Ooh, actually, we have a jewel. But do we just want to do the strength? Because if we do 1, 2, 3, we need to take this point anyways to get down here. And this is elemental mastery. So we're going to come over here anyways to get some elemental damage bonus since we're fire based. So I think we take this one. Especially because our fire damage scales off our strength. And this one. And then our next point will be a jewel socket. So we can equip that jewel we just got recently as a drop. There we go. I think we're pretty solid with that. Alright. So that was a nice little respec there. Eventually, there's one other thing I wanted to take a point from. What was it? Oh, this guy. Well, I didn't want to take the point. I just want to change this to increase energy shield. Because we are going to move over as we upgrade our gear. Okay, we're pretty good on equipment, so I feel like we should come back here and do this first, because this feels like a separate section. We're into the area. So let's come figure out what's over there first. Alright. Just moving right along. I need to use my flasks way more now. So I got rid of the thing that just instantly refilled my health all the time. And I've been so used to that build. So I've just got to remember to like flask all the time now. Which one do I want to use most of the time? We're going to switch them. Wait. Right. The 5 is it mostly if I get frozen. Why did I pick that up? Dude, I hate that like you just pick stuff up by walking up. You like try and click on something. You can't even see it's there. You're just walking and then all of a sudden, oh look, it's in my inventory. So I need to remember to heal with 5 until I actually kill something. Oh, there's something to kill. Well, it didn't refill my flask, but whatever. I didn't know that health didn't auto regenerate. I guess we could get stuff back to do that again, but oh, it does auto regenerate. But we changed it to apply to the energy shield. That's what one of the perks we took was. And we don't really have energy shield armor equipped yet. So we're kind of in a rough spot for the moment. But we're just going to do our thing and hopefully not die. Okay, it looks like we basically got all this stuff. Oh, there's a scroll of wisdom that we missed. I was raging earlier when we went through that area, so I'm not surprised we missed it. Not the corner. Alright. Let's go this way. Wasn't there something we wanted to pick up here? I guess maybe we picked it up already. There was a 3-socket item, or like one of each color item. Or maybe it was up here around this corner. Yeah, there it is. The Gouger. Alright. It's over here. We missed this. It's all empty. That's kind of weird. Take that, though. It's empty, but we got an Orb of Transmutation, which I think we might need for fixing our gear anyways. We've changed our build a little bit. I feel like I'm gonna die. I don't even remember having steel skin equipped. Can I get a teleportal, please? I don't want to have to walk all... Oh, perfect! Thank you. Asking you shall receive.
Only to find chaos and blood.
I mean, what did you expect? Tyrants took over. That's all they know how to leave. Chaos and blood. Sounds like someone's fighting for his life over here. Alright. Why are you red? This dude's just going in. Alright. I was like, I'm trying to keep that guy alive, but every time I kill someone, he's like, oh, so now I run towards someone and die again? Oh, he's so dead. He's so dead. He's going up against the big guy. He's dead. Maybe not. I'm just gonna keep this guy alive forever. Okay, now he's dead. He just couldn't handle all that magic damage coming in. I'm not doing much better against it. Let's pop that flask. Okay. I need to actually use my flasks now, which is kind of weird. The old build was so lazy. I just instantly regen health all the time. But once I get a solid sized energy shield, I feel like this will be stronger. Right, let's go back to the Overseer's Tower and actually look at equipping that helm. Trade this stuff in.
Freedom comes to those who... Remember, we do this for freedom.
Okay. Need to identify that, but we're probably equipping those, and we're definitely... Alright. Plus strength, physical damage to attacks, cold resistance, mana per enemy killed. That's pretty solid. Oh, these are evasion, not energy shield. Oh, we don't need those. Oops. Oh well. Let's see what he says about us killing Justicar Casticus. We castrated Casticus.
So you made Justicar Casticus see the light, did you? Couldn't have happened to a nicer fella. I've an even more charming chap for you to make the acquaintance of. He's over at the Chamber of Innocence, beyond the Templar Court. And I bet he's just dying to meet you. It's High Templar Averius I'm talking about. Although he's so filled to the eyeballs with innocence that it's hard to tell where the man ends and the god begins.
Innocence is a god that has come back.
For us, kill the man.
Probably as a result of us killing the nightmare.
What are the Templar without their god? Lambs in a slaughterhouse.
Oh. He thinks that if we kill the Templar, innocence dies with him. That makes sense.
Vengeance.
Let's see what she says about us killing the one Templar.
What is it?
She isn't going to say anything. Because she's a Templar, but not an exiled Templar like me. She's basically a prisoner that was told if she doesn't heal the slaves, she's going to get cut down like the other Templars. Alright. She was the physician here. Oh, actually, yo. We're gonna switch that out for that. Oh, it's evasion rating. I thought it was energy. I'm dumb. Okay. Never mind. I don't think, yeah, we still... I think we still want to go with, yeah, we still want to go with axes for the bleed. Bleed plus burn, get all those dots. Alright. Well, let's see if we can get this guy. We need a red socket at the very least. It would be nice to get 3 linked red sockets, because our flame totem is our big thing. So, 3 sockets. Where is this guy? There we go. We got 3 sockets. One of them's red, which is all we really need. How many of these guys do we have? We have 14. Let's see if we can get 3 reds. We got 2 reds, but they're not linked. We got 2 linked reds. I think we maybe stick with this. We'll go down until we hit 5. We got 3 blues. Come on. Oh, let's go. There he goes. All right. What's the link one? What's the one that does links? That's something else. There we go. We have 6 of these. Hopefully we don't mess this up, but it's worth trying. There it goes. All right, so then we can just boom, boom, boom. Now we got more energy shield, and we'll sell that guy. And we're actually gonna keep this with us because we only need 1 more point, and then we have increased. Oh, we actually had 2 more chromatic orbs, so we had a few more tries. Oops, we're not selling those. Selling this. We can always trade those in later if we need to. Alright. That looks... Can you still use these corpses? I mean, I guess you probably can. But there's probably no point to it. Can I sell these corpses?
You need something?
He's only gonna give me fiery. Let's do imperfect. Let's do fiery cannibal. PoE wiki. Consumable human corpse item. When raised as a minion using Raise Spectre, functions similar to Fiery Fury and Megara. Becomes empowered if allied frozen cannibal nearby. Cremation while empowered. Molten Strike. Okay. I think we're gonna hold on to these in case we ever do a Necromancer build. There's no reason to sell them. No super vibe tonight. I love hearing you rage in that game. It's like music to eyes. I've already been raging. I spent like the first maybe 40 minutes just raging about my life. So I'm trying to chill out a little bit. But maybe tomorrow. My main thing right now is I'm trying to beat the story mode of this game. And then once I beat the story mode of this game, we'll probably do a little bit more of that. But it's good. I'm glad to know you enjoy that. How you doing, by the way? I rage so much on Death Note, but I love it. I mean, it's kind of hard not to rage on that with all the like weird, creepy dudes you have saying all kinds of insane shit. Let me do a round of shout-outs. I was raging so hard, I haven't shouted anyone out yet. We're just gonna go down the order of. I don't think Fallen streams, do you? I don't remember.
Get your ass over here.
Nah, Fallen just plays games with streamers.
Get your arm off. Come on.
We gotta give a shout out for Preacher. Gotta give a shout out for
Shut
Snow
your ass
Ninja.
up,
Thank you
you
both
bitch
for
looking ass
stopping
bitch.
out here. Dude, I've gotta get rid of that Frosty Tools. Because it's annoying that it does that. It didn't used to do that. You know, I am so sick of everyone moving the fucking chains. Like, it's totally fine if you want to charge for a service, but don't start offering a service for free and then be like, oh, by the way, if you want to keep using it the same way you were using it before, it costs money now. That's so fucking dumb. It's so selfish and stupid. Like, why would you ever do that? What the hell? I'm writing down on the list. Remove Frosty Tools. I don't want to fucking see in my chat that they're just begging for money. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, money hungry. Exactly. Oh, it's already on the list. Delete Frosty Tools. I haven't looked at this list in like a week. Maybe 2. That's just how crazy my life has been lately. So normally, Snow Ninja, we've been trying to do music on Mondays, and I was gonna play guitar and sing, but I'm just not even in the mood. The only thing I'm in the mood to do right now is finish this game. So that's why we are kind of playing through this. I reworked the build a little bit. I might die a few times because we're halfway between builds. We're going from a life build to an energy shield build, and I just don't have enough energy shield yet. So we're gonna see what happens. But I have a helmet that's not as stupid looking. Actually, this helmet is kind of like perfect for what I want for this character. We're a Templar, so that's a good good looking helmet for this character until we get like a unique piece. But I think oh, we don't need to carry corpses with us. I wanted to move them to a different section. I feel like we're gonna run out of space with gems, but I don't think I have any links that I can work out. We're not trying to do too much upgrading this armor until we get unique pieces, which are these orange ones. We're starting to run out of space here. I think we just drop them here with the weapons for now, because they're basically weapons. They're just dead people that I use as weapons. Alright, let's go kill the people who betrayed us to help out our new friends. So basically we're in the middle of a slave riot right now. And we are helping the slaves fight the people who exiled us. Were you like slowing me? I think I picked something up actually. See, that's the one thing I hate about this game. You move and you pick shit up. Well, one of the two things. The other thing I hate is that you can't just earn cosmetics. You need to buy cosmetics. And I understand needing to make money to support the game, but I feel like there should be at least some cosmetics that you could earn, you know? Like, hopefully they'll change that into, and maybe there are like some late game cosmetics you can earn, but there's no way to get cool armor early in the game except by getting cool armor, you know? No mercy. Oh, that hurt. Those archers do a lot. Especially because we don't really have... Well, I messed that up. Who are you? Get off me. That's just all energy shield. We need stuff that's like half and half. All right. I'm not used to having to use flasks anymore. We probably won't need to use them as much once we get our armor fixed. But right now, we're really relying on the flasks because we do not regenerate health anymore. And we do not have a lot of energy shield. So it's like every time they attack us, they just, ooh. They just break right through. Alright. I have to move a lot more than I ever did before. We got 4 different Hussar Brigandines. But it's evasion. Damn it. We need energy shield, not evasion. It's alright. It's loot. We can sell it. We'll sell that. Ow! Get me out of here. This guy hurts. Or maybe not him. Someone else hurt. Okay. Oh, we don't have space for the knife. I heard him say that, but I didn't remember him saying it. Because literally, as I was trying to pick it up, we got bum rushed by those guys. What? We have space. We just need to move things around. Maybe we shouldn't... I didn't expect us to fill up that quick. But those brigandines are kind of big. Now we can pick up the knife. Hopefully we get helmet drops, because we can fit those. Oh, we'll take the chromatic orb. Alright. Looks like we've gone through. I was gonna walk up and finish that guy with the axe, and then he just got taken out by nothing. We're gonna stop killing the random people walking around. They're kind of responsible for all this, but we'll let the rebels deal with them if they want to. Ouch! Which one of you is fucking me up? The matriarch. This bitch.
Initiates will suffer your humiliations no longer. I am no beast of burden.
Okay. Alright, yeah, we're kind of full. Let's go portal back to sell our loot. It's all those brigandines. They dropped like 4 brigandines at once.
Hello.
Alright. That's all energy shield. These are evasion. Otherwise they'd be really good for, but they're not. Giant mana flask. We have a colossal mana flask. Mask is evasion, energy shield. Don't need the rings. Sacred life flask, is that more? No, that's less. We have hollowed. Don't need amulets. Alright. Think we can stash the rest. We're halfway. We're gonna keep that gem slot because as soon as we rank up, I think we're doing the gem slot next. But we do want to get rid of some of these guys. We're carrying way too many. Sure, 6 is fine. Oh my god, the lag. What was that? And then I'll just put this over here, I guess. What is going on? Why is chat in front of my inventory like that? Is that new? I don't remember that happening before. I guess it happens. It seems to always be there unless I like accidentally hit a button that changed it. I don't know. Okay. Maybe I just don't generally see people talking in chat while I'm doing this. But it was in front of my inventory itself, which was annoying, and I don't remember that happening before. Where are my portal scrolls? I feel like I have more than one stack, but oh, whatever. We'll just put them there. I really don't need more than like 5. I generally don't need any wisdom scrolls, but I like keeping them so they stack there in the corner. Mini rages? Oh yeah. I'm so generally mad at everything right now. I'm just ready to rage about anything. Alright. Oh, Jesus. That hurts. This was like a bad time to like randomly decide to switch up my build. Because we're in an area where it's like actually kind of finally starting to get a little bit hard. Because like up to this point the game's been really easy. And I suppose it's better to do it now than even later game where it's actually really hard. But I might die occasionally because we're like in between builds at the moment. From now on, I'm just dropping the totem right away. Because it kind of works like helping me tank. It pulls aggro. Not to mention, it's probably my highest DPS skill in general. Holy shit, I almost died. I'm not standing still to let them hit me anymore. My old build was so tanky. I would just walk up and face tank everything. But I suppose learning to move to avoid attacks is gonna get me better at the game. Oh, you're a tanky boy. So the consecrated ground definitely helps. I keep forgetting that consecrated ground heals me, I believe. Let me get some damage. Oh wait, I have some damage. I guess it doesn't. It applies regeneration, and regeneration applies to our shield. There's a stately hideout. Let's go clear this out. Elena does not help us here. We're just doing this the old-fashioned way. Oh boy. That was more people than I expected to be in this room. Nice whiff, dude. Okay. Nothing really useful. I think we're changing this to our hideout. This is the best hideout I've seen. We were gonna do Undercity, but I kind of forgot to do that. Especially because this is being a Templar, basically the town where we came from. It's our home city. So we are absolutely gonna make this our main hideout.
Curious. With the death of the last monster here, the very air itself feels
Pretty sure
different.
she always says the
I
same
wouldn't
thing.
use the word purified, but you've definitely negated the pile over this place. I'll stay here for now and make sure nothing dangerous reemerges.
Cool. Select hideout. So we were gonna do Undercity, but we're gonna do Stately now, because we are a stately individual. I haven't crafted anything in forever. I don't even know how to craft stuff. It's not that I don't know how, but I don't know like the meta behind crafting stuff. And I don't want to mess anything up, you know? Especially with like, how do I just leave? That fucked me over, and I can't just walk out now. I feel like there's a way to just...
Hello. Stay in the light.
Greetings.
Are they all just standing on top of each other? I'm pretty sure yeah. I was like, I'm pretty sure I talked to Einhar, but I heard a woman's voice. Can I walk out the door? Nope. I don't think I can actually just walk out anymore, which is kind of annoying, because I don't want to lose that map progress. But I guess I did. Because that's the door out, but we can't use it anymore. Alright. Is there just a leave hideout button? I guess not. That's all decorations. Alright. Well, we don't want to go to either one of those. We just go back to the square. And, oh, okay, we didn't lose map progress. But we just have to run the whole fucking way. Thankfully, we have the movement abilities to help. We have 2 movement abilities. We generally only use this one because it teleports us through stuff. But the other one's pretty good too. I'll show you the other one now that we're here. Oops. The other one, boom. It teleports us on top of things and then drops our hammer, in this case our axe, creating a holy explosion and some sacred ground. So, the cool thing about that perk we chose that puts our energy, our health to our shield is I don't think the shield normally there's a 2-second delay between when you take damage and when your shield regenerates, but even though our health doesn't regenerate anymore, we just have instant shield regeneration now, which is nice. We just need to get some more equipment that gives us energy shield boosts, and then we'll be alright. What? There we go. I whiffed my teleport somehow. I just slammed the grunt in front of me without moving. If I just... Okay, I must have not targeted something, so that explains it. Innocence is trying to use you for their own gain. Innocence is not going to protect you. Take that. Give me your wisdom, bitch. Alright. That made me miss the Elder Scrolls Online. I want an Elder Scroll. It's a lot more powerful than a Scroll of Wisdom. So powerful it'll blind those who read it eventually. Okay. Another thing that annoys me about this game is that you need to use both Alt and Tab a lot. So I accidentally Alt Tab out of the game. Fortunately, it's normally between fights. I don't really end up needing to tab during a fight. But it's annoying that I Alt Tab out of the game just regardless, you know? There we go. I can't carry the bow? Maybe once I might be able to. So first we're going to use a skill point to unlock that gem slot. And we're going to drop the gem in there. And then we're gonna see if we can find space for the bow. I think I can, I just need that guy there. This guy there. Alright. Yeah, now the bow should fit. Cool. So then we can portal from here. Oh, we didn't get any portal scrolls. Oh, maybe we get some from selling them. That's why I generally try to keep it at 10, I think, because the last thing you want to do is run out of portal. You don't need a hammer. We don't need evasion. Don't need evasion. Don't need evasion. We will check out that sash. Oh, there we go. Armor, energy shield on our mesh boots. We don't really use a sword. Don't use a bow. Cool.
For freedom.
So, let's see what that sash is and what the boot. I think we're gonna equip it anyways, just because it's energy shield. Ooh, but it's intelligence. That's helpful. We're gonna lose movement speed. That's gonna suck. We're gonna feel so slow. I didn't even realize we had 25% increased movement time, but that's fine. Oh, but can we fit? We need 2 blues. Okay, that's gonna be hard. Increased global physical damage. Oh, we already have a chain belt on that gives us energy shield? Okay, I don't know if we're gonna use that then. Strength, armor, maximum life, regenerate life per second. Chain belt's the way to go. That chain belt's actually pretty solid. The Kraken harness. Nothing can harness my Kraken. Actually, we should sell the belt first.
For vengeance.
Greetings. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Alright, do we have a pulverize? No. Do we have a traps support? It's advanced trap support. No. So we keep both of these. These are all things that I may run on this build once I have gems stuff fully sorted. Stash you where you belong. So we need 3 sockets. Actually, do we need 3 sockets? We need 2 sockets. Applies a buff which can take some of the damage from hits for you before being depleted. We actually don't even use it. Let's get that out of here. Oh wait, we do. Never mind. I just didn't know that's what that was called. Alright. So we need 3 slots. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go! And it's the colors we needed too. 2 blues and 1 red. Doesn't matter that they're not linked. I don't think. Yeah, because these are all just abilities. Alright. So the boots.
Talamoana, savior. Talakura, savior.
And we are good to go. Our energy shield is growing. It's almost back up to where it was before we started fucking with things. Our health is going down slightly, and so is our armor's gone down significantly. But if we can get the energy shield back up, especially how fast it regenerates, we'll be in solid shape. We don't have anything on us now, right? Yep. We aren't even carrying that gem anymore because we managed to level up. So we fit a gem in the gem slot. Making sure there's no one hanging out on that bridge is gonna stab me in the back. Because Lord knows I've been pulling enough knives out of my back IRL. I don't need to find them in game too. How'd I miss? Carry on Crow. Ooh. Give me that. We might already have that card actually, but Toxic Rain. That sounds like a good one. Heavy Belt, Timber Axe, Toxic Rain. That was some loot right there. Are you a big guy? Yeah, you are. I love that guy kind of just stood there and took fire to the face. He just kept getting repeatedly staggered and it looked hilarious. Someone wants to talk to us over there. Okay. That was a little interesting for a moment. I thought I was gonna die like twice. But we pulled it out. Pulled it out of our ass somehow. What the hell is a D-curve bow? That just every time I see that, my brain just hurts. Is that an actual type of bow? I gotta know now. Well, that's so strange. I thought it was called a... There are many kinds, however, most fall into three main categories. Straight recurve. What's the difference between a decurve or a recurve? Or is it just the same name? Is a decurve just the same name for a recurve? I just want to know if they're like making shit up in the game or not. Okay, a recurve bow has tips that curve away from the archer when the bow is strung. Hence the name. The construction gives greater amount of energy and speed to the arrow. It is known since ancient times it was made from wood, while today it is made from modern materials. A decurve bow is a bow whose limbs curl at the ends towards the archer. This reduces the strain on the bow when used, and this shape is used by people that had no access to quality materials but could still make quality weapons this way. Okay. So it is a thing that actually exists. I just want to see if I can get an image of it. I bet you most of them are images of recurve bows and not decurve bows, because the internet is a bunch of lies. Yeah, these are all recurve bows, not decurve bows. I don't see a single decurve bow. That might be one. It's hard to tell, but it's because it's super blurry. These are all recurve bows, not decurve bows. I search decurve bow, and I don't get a single one. This is how terrible the internet is. Everything on here is a lie. Like, I have not seen a single decurve bow. That's not even... That's a fucking compound bow. It makes no sense. Guys, don't believe anything you read on... That might actually... I think that's just a standard bow, a straight bow. But, yeah, so decurve bows do exist. Just the internet doesn't know what they look like. Alright. Let's see who is waiting to talk to us over here. Actually, I want to see... Yeah, does any of this help us? Wait, we picked that up? Why did we pick that up? Because the stupid thing won't let us walk without picking things up. Strength. Not like the one we got. Toxic rain. Doesn't help us. None of the rest of that helps us. But let's see what this axe is. It's any better than our current axe. Demon Break. It also... So it's got low threshold, but can potentially deal more damage. Lower crit strike chance, but slightly faster attack speed. Less overall elemental damage, but slightly higher fire elemental damage. Global strike critical multiplier, increased stun duration. No, our current axe is just way better. Templar Quartz. You know, I'm gonna portal out here just so I don't need to do it in there. And we have extra space because we just used the eyes opening those doors. Why'd I pick up that? It's just more junk. Whatever. We're here, we sold it. Do we have a... Toxic. We do not have a toxic rain, so we're gonna hold on to that gem. Alright. Oops. Okay. Now we should have Mage Blood Heavy Belt. I want to see that. I don't know how to see that. There we go. Magic Utility Flask cannot be used. Leftmost floor. Dude, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty solid. I mean, I don't know if we would use it on our build, but... What does this one do again? Oh, and critical strike chance. Yeah, that's why I put that. We haven't really used it. I gotta remember 8 and 9. 7 is mana. The 7 is mana, 8 and 9 are our tank and our damage pots. And then 4 and 5 our heals. All right. We're about to go into a boss fight, so I need to know this. I think this will be our first
I vowed
boss
before
fight.
my brothers that I would return, and so I have.
I think this is the very spot I was exiled from. So we're back to fuck some shit up. Make these guys pay for betraying me. Yeah, can you help me figure out why women run away from me? Good one. I think he asked if anyone in chat needed help. That was an appropriate answer. Probably needs to shower if I had to guess. What is his name? His name's Anal. I think that's all we need to know about why women run away from them. Who would choose that for a character day? I would like make jokes about like maybe like a guild or something. But it wouldn't literally, it's just not even funny. It's like, if you're gonna make, it's not even a joke, it's just lame. Ow! Dying is lame too. I nearly died. Oh, I didn't even see, I thought that was a dead end door. I didn't see that we could go through that after we killed the guy in there. But no harm, no foul. Speaking of dead ends. Portal scroll. Another portal scroll. Someone over here attacked me. Okay. I can't just face tank stuff the way I used to, which is kind of annoying. But we also haven't fixed the build yet. We only have like 2 pieces of armor with build on it. So once we get that done, I feel like we'll be a lot stronger. We can face tank that guy. Mace couldn't break our shield regen. Oh, there's a lot of guys in that one. Take care of these guys first. Oh, I didn't mean to press it yet. Ooh, okay. Hey, big boy. Alright, we're alive. Oh, I picked up the buff mid-fight? That probably is why I'm alive. Okay. I didn't even know what that was. Probably get moving before we lose the buff. It's over here. More people to kill. I just picked up something random. Don't need that. Cool looking color, but I don't need it. Like, they will let you turn off attack with click, but not pick up items with click, which I think is really annoying, because there are some times where I do kind of want to turn off attack with click, but nowhere near as often as I want to turn off pick up items with click. Like, I just pick up so much shit I don't want. Leave no stone unturned. That's just a straight up empty room. I don't know why I keep opening doors to empty. Trigger something. I don't think it's gonna trigger something, but I do. Oh, I've got like phlegm just falling out right now. Got my buckler hammered. Oh. Yo! Okay. So that hurt. I got deleted real fast. It's that one guy that does all the damage. This guy, the one that's still alive. He's dead. Alright. I go back and see if there was any loot now. Oh, there's a bladed mix. Alright, what's next? Looks like I feel like we're about to run into the boss. Unless we need to go like downstairs or upstairs. We're either gonna run into a door that takes us to another level or the boss. Take the flask. Move on. Rock breaker. All right. Oh, that's a big boy. Damn it! I was so close. They're all so low. Why do I have to go back every time? Why do I have to decide to change my build up right before I come in here? Have I picked up anything I can use? Doesn't look like it. Alright. Save him. Because... Dude, I didn't expect them to be that close. Get me out of here. Alright. All I got for those guys? Or did... Oh, okay. No, it looks like maybe the main guy did go down. Because there's some pretty good loot on the ground. That backflip. I love a good choke point. So does your mom. Kidding, guys. Damn it, I gotta go around to get to that chest. We're gonna do it. There's gonna be nothing of value in it. It's gonna be literally empty. But if we don't open it, then it's gonna be a really expensive rare item, you know? That's how these things work. So we're gonna go by open it so that it drops nothing. Okay, it dropped nothing. Nothing useful. Oh, lag. I'm kind of curious if the stream still lags. Does anyone... Oh, more of the giants! Does anyone watching the stream... Have you happened to notice if it's still... We can't even fit a flask? No, we can't. We literally have 0 spots left. Okay. Well, we have 1. But 0, I meant like we couldn't even like move shit to fit 2 slots. Alright. I think we just sell everything. Yeah, we don't need any of this.
Freedom comes to those who fight.
Well, I think we need the gem. But that's the only thing we need.
When I was a courier for my father's house,
I don't want to listen to too much lore,
Central Square 100
because then
times
we'll
a
lose
day.
map progress, but I do want to hear these.
Fairest days, that square would be filled to bursting with Oriath's highborn, come to bask in the sun and each other's glowing nobility. It was a pretty sight, depending on where you stood.
I kind of want more coffee, but I don't want to,
Remember,
I don't want to leave and lose my progress on the map. We have bone offering. We do not. Looks like we are keeping that one. Alright. Once more into the breach. What's over here? Oh, there's a chest. And a flask. Flask was what we could not pick up earlier. Alright, it's not just one of you. If it was just one of them, I was gonna solo him with the axe, but then more of them kept joining the fray. There's a lot of chests. I'm gonna grab all of them. Alright. No more chests for me to grab in the library. Ah, miss. Take those boots and now wisdom. This room looks kind of like a boss room. I don't think it actually is a boss room. It's just I'm gonna get my ass kicked room. I'm so sick of dying, dude. I shouldn't have switched my build up. I don't have the armor pieces yet. It is what it is. Now we gotta run all the way back. As long as we don't lose map progress, that's the big thing. Dude, we're so close. Look at that. We can see the door now. I told you there was a door in that direction. Either door or a boss battle. And it's a door. We just gotta not get our ass handed to us by those medium level guys. I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule, but I'm also trying to go to at least midnight as part of resetting my sleep schedule. That's the wrong hole. Guys, we went in the wrong hole. Alright, let's not die this time. We got him. Thing over here. Already open. Scroll of wisdom. Another scroll of wisdom. Alright. Let's go to the Chamber of Innocence. Guys, let me into your Chamber of Innocence. Alright. And this is the boss arena. Okay, at least there's a teleporter thing here. I'd be so mad if there wasn't. Oh damn! I thought that was just gonna be. I thought down was the way to go, but I guess this is the way to go. So let's go down first. Oh no, maybe. Okay, yeah, that opens up to something else. This opens up to other stuff too. Oh, it does look like down is. Oh, maybe. At least there's conflicting ways to go. What are those called? A prayer guard. Alright. Not bad. Take that ring too. Stained glass window. Yeah, I love lore. Innocence could not keep a promise made in fear. He bore witness and testimony to the mother of two, and it was decided between mother and son that sin was beyond rule and redemption, that only purification could cleanse his burgeoning corruption. Okay. Kind of weird how some of them are voiced and some of them aren't when it comes to lore, but it gives me an opportunity to work on my reading like that. I don't even know what to call it. I heard them teleporting to come after me, but they ran away immediately after teleporting, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just continue my initial objective, which was to come over here and loot these graves, I guess. Oh, that's a strong one. Get me out of there. Where are these things coming from? Oh, that's a lot of people. Ooh. Good thing I popped Iron Skin. I probably would have died there.
I am no beast of burden.
Shut up. You will carry what I tell you to carry. I'm kidding. Yeah, let's move that. There. Can't move items at once. Now. That's a lot of big stuff. So let's see. We should inspect, see if it's better than our current stuff. Probably not, but especially because ours is corrupted. Ooh, the physical damage. Increased is the same. It's a strength bonus. 75. Dude, this is actually way better. Way better. Behemoth Friend. I just want to see how much our damage goes up. Can you stop fucking up, mouse? There we go. So 1529 to 20. I don't know if this changes our power. 113 physical and 321 fire to 185 physical and 440 fire. That's huge. All right. Ambush mitts, the evasion. Armor, we don't need it. Oh, straight armor. Get mesh boots. Already. I think we're almost ready. Portal. I meant to kind of take a break and make coffee when we entered an area with a new waypoint, but now we're kind of too deep to do that. I suppose, will it log me out if I go AFK just standing in a corner? Probably not. At least not if I don't go too long. Dude, there's so many. Why'd I go right in the middle of them? Alright. Woo!
I am no beast of burden.
Oh yeah, we're absolutely full. Maybe not totally full, but this is where we pop the portal. Grab as much as we can, and then pull another group. Oh shit! Almost die in the process. What do I have space for? I can pick up a helmet. Is there a helmet somewhere? Iron mask. Take that. Gotta be a better one. Full ring mask. Big. Fencer helm. There we go. Do we want any of the new stuff? Evasion? Nope. That's also evasion? Yep. Okay. So
Greetings.
just sell everything. We don't have space to do that.
For freedom.
All right. Let's pick up the loot around here. The worm. And there was another gold over here, I think. Maybe not. I think we might have already picked it up. There's a corner we didn't. Let's go back and investigate that corner. And then we will chill here while I make some coffee. Okay, cool. It links around. I was hoping it would, because I really didn't want to walk all this way just to have to walk back all this way. I was hoping this would be the case where I could like walk out this way and then walk back, clearing the other stuff. Ow! Okay. I didn't mean to do that, get in that fight yet, but there it was. Can I break that? Nope. Alright. While we are up here, though, stained glass window. Innocence lived with an honest and pure heart, never straying from his mother's word. Sin filled his heart with lies and indulgence, and deafened his ears to his mother's pleas. Another one over. Innocence watched sin take root in the bodies of men and women and children. He witnessed them turn on each other, first with words, then with fists. Friends and kin embraced in mortal struggles, their skin weaving with skin, flesh bonding with flesh, bone entwining with bone, until the village had become one writhing giant, forged of strife and hatred. I don't care, Google. Go away. I am tired of your money-grubbing bullshit. Alright. Yeah, this looks like a good spot. We've cleared all the area behind us. There are no hidden spots. We're gonna stand up here and appreciate the beautiful stained glass windows while I go and make a coffee real quick. I need hour and a half. I only slept like 5 hours last night. So I was gonna take a nap today before stream. That didn't happen. So we're doing double duty on caffeine right now. And sugar. God, I could really use sugar. You know what? Oh, we're gonna say I want to actually do like watch a few videos before I wrap up the stream. I think we'll probably do like the last 30 minutes. I want to beat the boss, and then we'll see. I'm kind of getting to the point where I am when I'm in the middle of a fight, especially not really talking as much anymore. So I want to do something that I can like commentate on and wake me up a little bit. Because it takes a lot of energy to focus on these fights. But I feel like, especially one, we're in this different area. Two, based on the design of the map, I feel like we're starting to get to, that's the wrong button. We're starting to get to a place where we're gonna fight that boss in a minute. Ow! Ooh. The triumph of innocence. We're definitely about to fight that boss if we have a whole ass statue devoted to him instead of just a whatchamacallit. Which one is the one that, okay, so 5. Oh, my back. Waves crashed upon the shores of Oriath, waves of hunger, waves of desire, the ravenous god and his starving multitude, rising with the tide, flooding our streets with death and depravity, until innocence cried out no more, bathing our city in fire, scorching the wicked to ash and bone. The ravenous god fled into the embrace of our glorious Savior. Driven down he was into soil, stone, and beyond, into damnation, by the will of light and our innocence. High Templar Avarius. Alright. Let's go. I just love getting a bunch of lag right before the boss fight. Makes me real confident. I did not expect there to be so many up here. Alright. Is there anything even worth picking up and all that? Doesn't look like it. There's a stained glass window up here, though. That's why I came up here. The village gathered to watch Sin become ash and breathe deep of the smoke that poured from his screaming mouth. Sin filled their lungs, their minds, and their hearts. I like this chat. Wait, I want to read this. So, excuse me. As a Dark Souls and Souls-like fan, the dodge roll and Souls mechanics hurt me. I don't need more games that were already good, abandoning their formula to insert popular Souls mechanics into them. I need those games to keep their identity and give me the other realm of gameplay. Two things that were super funny in PoE, gold and dodges. Apparently, some of the PoE 1 pros aren't super feels more Souls-like and felt clunky. Or so, dodge. Seems like a lot of the PoE 1 hardcores don't necessarily feel too excited about PoE 2, it looks like. I bet a lot of them are just salty that the that it's not free to play for early access. I bet you they would be playing PoE 2, but they don't want to pay for it. People just love to complain and have people listen. Unless you're a dev and you know nothing, your opinions mean nothing. I wouldn't. I don't agree with that. Your opinion. If you're playing the game, your opinion means a lot because like you're the people the game the devs are making the game for. Like I don't agree with that either. The devs of these games seem to know a lot more than the devs of most games. Like I've been watching some of the videos. They do a lot of community discussion, especially around PoE 2, and I can promise you these devs actually seem to know what the hell they're doing. The funny thing is they said I forget exactly how they worded it, but the dude was talking. He was like, basically they were talking about from the dev's perspective, they're basically competing against themselves because they feel that PoE 1 it was the basically PoE 1 is the second best ARPG. They're trying to make sure that PoE 2, ouch, stays the best ARPG. Dude, what is with all these fucking AoEs? Holy shit, my ass is burning. Okay. Alright. That was close. I don't know how he didn't die. We almost died like 3 times. We haven't even really like got the build fixed yet. Do we want to put this back on? This is not the one that gave us the health regen. I don't think so. I think we just keep focusing on. There's more fire mastery. Get there. Now we need some survivability. That's the main thing we're struggling with right now. Energy shield was up here. There it is. We don't have any shield mastery. Oh, that's just regular. This is. Oh, that's only from equipped shield. This is the one we're at. We need this guy. All right. Keep this on. I hate. So. I feel like by default, when you click X in a box, in a text box, it should automatically put your cursor in that text box. Because clearly, you probably want to search again. Alright. I don't think I turned anything off. What does N do? N was that. Okay, that's the thing I hit that made a noise. We're good. Those guys suck. I hate those guys. Okay. to this recipe right here. I haven't done
Discover the truth of this world.
any crafting yet in a while. Like, I did initially do some, but ever since then I've basically just been waiting, because I know that in games like this you often need certain materials and requirements, and I don't want to waste shit on a bad craft. I feel like crafting's probably, I don't know if that's the direction we want to go. Go check out this corner. There's a lot of stuff over. I feel like crafting is probably more of an endgame thing. How many of you are there? Okay. We got our first yellow ring in a while. That's nice. I kind of miss the health regen, but I bet without the shield regen, we'd be in way more trouble right now. Like, we'd probably be struggling to do this if we didn't have that instant shield regen. It's kind of fun to go right into the middle of it, even when I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die doing it. Oh, we can probably fit that. What is it? A sparkling claw? Oh yeah, we can definitely do that. We just need to make some space. How do we do? I think we can do it. Yeah. Go there. 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 Gotcha, buddy. Alright. And then before we, what is all this, dude? Global chat has been wild. I guess people are just really angry about everything. I'm not the only one. Alright. What do we got? 2 stained glass windows. Yet the punishment, sir, only served to feed Sin's lusts. For his brother's eyes, Sin stole a fish from the market and lied to the watchman who caught him. Sin then beat his brother until a promise of silence was extracted. When the mother of two broke bread, she allowed Innocence to eat his fill as a reward for his virtuous nature. Sin was cast to scraps to remind him of his worthless ways. We read those backwards, but they kind of placed them backwards. Because, like, we come from this direction, you know? Dude, what is up with general chat? People are going wild, using the big R word. Earlier, when I first logged in, that people were just talking about politics and shit. I think some of those people got banned from the chat. Because the guy was talking about how we're not really supposed to talk about chat. I mean politics in that chat, which I totally understand. Oh. Oh, I can probably... Maybe? Oh yeah, we can do this. When we can get that flask. We're actually completely full. I almost never get actually completely full. Normally there's 1 or 2 slots left. Okay, that's a cool cosmetic. I want those wings. Anything useful for our build? I don't see... Oh, there's a ring we want to see. I don't know how much we need chaos resistance, but if it's got other good stuff. Physical damage to attacks. Rarity of items found. Alright. We can't get rid of the attributes one. So, accuracy rating, cast speed, lightning. I feel like the mana regen and bonus damage. Twice the chaos resist. It's got 2 chaos resist. And what are we losing? We're losing lightning resistance and max life. I don't really care about either of those. Unless losing max life makes our shield go down, then I would care. But let's see what happens. No, it does not make our shield go down. I think we're good. Especially because it's also a rarity. So we're going to increase our attack. Increase the length of time that we can spam our attacks. And increase our chaos resistance, which is the one type of damage that gets through our shield. So that's a pretty cool upgrade. I think we're happy with that. When we sell everything else. Nope, not the orb. We don't have space to sell that. Alright. I've got quite a few wisdom scrolls at this point. Alright. Alright. I say alright way too much. I don't know how to stop it. I'm gonna say it again on purpose. Alright. I think we go down first. There's just always more. Okay. That was a lot of enemies. Go back and grab the loot. What does this say? On that day, two were born of their mother's womb. Innocence with eyes of burning red. Sin with eyes of clearest blue. So we are basically reading all the shit backwards, not just those two. It seems like it's kind of designed that way. Where did you come from? Dude, those fucking lightning bolts, or whatever you want to call them, those beams of holy light from on high, kind of hurt. I don't know what those prayer guards do. They don't seem to do much damage at all. As this titan of sin rose to its many feet, Innocence knew that the village was lost. With an anguished cry, he committed it to the flame. As town and titan burned, the sky turned dark with the ash of sin. There, amongst the raging ruins of his home, Innocence swore an oath. No matter where the ashes of sin fell, his purifying flames would rise to meet them. Oh my god. That's a WoW meme. Someone just asked, anyone know why Ice Nova into Frostbolt isn't working? And someone said, play PoE 2 and it will. Oh my. Oh, Jesus. How many viewers? Pretty much. Okay. I think the prayer guards do a little bit more damage if they get up close, but they kind of want to poke at you from far away first. Well, that guy's kind of tough, huh? Alright. Well, I think we found the main area. Orb of Chance. Get the element support. Orb of Augmentation. That was a nice little corner right there. Alright. The Sanctum of Innocence. Let me see your Sanctum of Innocence, baby. Here's the boss room. Alright. Innocence.
The world must be cleansed of impurity, and so it will.
Oh! Dude, this is so much harder with this build. Like, I don't have enough energy shield. Like, he just hits me twice and I die. How long does this last? Like, I just need to heal after every time he attacks me. This is kind of annoying. I almost wish I had minions right now. Oh! Oh! I don't know if I have enough, oh, okay, it refills my flasks every time I do this. Dude, cast the fucking spell. How many of these things are there? This thing just follows me. Ow! Fuck! I hit the wrong button. I was trying to hit 8 so I could increase my tanking ability. Dude, he's actually so close to dead. Oh my god! I just wanted to kill him too bad. Alright. Dude. Gotcha.
When God has lost his way, the devout must
Okay.
set him back on the path.
So, why can't I use my ability? There we go. How did I take so much damage from that? Oh! I really picked a bad time to decide to switch up my build, you know? That's all I'm gonna say. Ah! Nope. I'm out of flasks. Where's 9? Okay, there we go. Oh, dude, that does so much damage. All right.
My mana is spent.
How's my mana spent? Dude, you missed! I was outside of the beam. That's bullshit. Dude, no. Okay, I definitely want attack off for this fight. Because I keep accidentally meleeing him and then dying at point blank range. Dude, I'm getting my ass totally handed to me. It's primarily because I'm in between builds right now. I only have like half the gear I'm supposed to have on. So it's like, I have no ability to tank. He hits me like twice and I just die. That's not where I wanted it. Okay. No, 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 not the flyer. This shit gets me every time! Dude, I just respawn into his fucking beam? Okay. Alright, he's almost... Ah, not the fire! You are like one hit, bro. Just die already. Got him!
Innocence.
Oh.
Only you I shall save.
I am no beast of burden.
I can probably fit the other two. We got a cutlass and a boot blade. I don't know if we can for sure. I can fit at least one of them. No, I can fit both of them. Pretty sure. Cutlass only takes one. And so does the boot blade. Pretty sure. So I'll let those auto slot themselves. Alright. Let's see what Sin has in store for us, guys. Now that we've destroyed Innocence, all we have left is Sin.
I am Sin, the Forgotten One. Would that humanity could forget all of my kind. Perhaps with your help, that might still come to pass. For now, the blinding light has been dimmed, and darkness floods in to fill the void. The desperate and depraved set a feast for their lord incumbent, Kitava, the Ravenous One.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Travel back through the Templar courts. The sign of purity.
Deep in the Templar's ossuary, in the company of the dead, there lies the sign of purity. Innocence bled himself for the creation of that cruel and desperate weapon. Tempered in his own ruby ichor, it was forged to be a transcendent tool of punishment and purification. The sign is a living agent of righteousness, or at least the dubious kind of righteousness that my brother subscribes to. Innocence found in the first High Templar a most faithful servant, and gifted the sign to him so that it might be used in times of great need. The great need of Innocence believers, that is. Humanity's general well-being has never been of particular concern to my brother.
The fall of Orioth.
Though I am a god, I have not forgotten my humanity. I care for that which I once was. Kitava remembers nothing and cares for nothing but his own hunger and greed. He is an endless pit of gnashing teeth and churning guts. While other gods rise on the mainland and fight for the meager scraps of what was, Kitava has the most fecund and formidable civilization of his age at his disposal. He can feed when he likes, and he grows ever stronger with each morsel. All of Orioth shall soon belong to Kitava, and if that happens, he will rise beyond even our reach.
Oh, that's no good. What about Innocence?
He lives, after a fashion. That pretentious little vessel of his served only to encourage his divine follies. I have procured him a more sensible host, one that should contain his excesses and temper that fragile ego of his. Hear this, brother. From mind of lead to heart of gold, your soul shall be bound, your wrath shall grow cold.
There you go. Kitava.
I am Sin, the Forgotten One. Would that humanity could forget all of my kind.
Oh, he already told us
With your help.
about that. We already saw that.
Should
Alright.
Kitava accept their invitation, there is but one thin sliver of hope for us all. My brother's sign of purity.
This
Look to it in the
Got
changing
messed.
passages of Templar reverence.
Missed the first time around. It was like a bug. Alright.
When night falls at last.
Alright, now we know why we need to go find the sign of purity. So, we came in this way, I think. So let's leave this way. I don't know if it matters which way we leave. It's probably going to put us wherever it wants us either way. Oh, it took us back to the beginning. Cool. Who is Bannon?
What in damnation have you done?
Oh, hello, Bannon. You seem to be happy to see me. I feel like this guy might be one of the ones who pronounced my exile, maybe, or was at my exile. He seems to have recognized me.
You've destroyed him, and yet I hear the voice of innocence, begging for our forgiveness, asking for our help. You and I heard him the moment the High Templar fell, whispering inside my damn skull, his heart beating.
Oh, he put innocence in Bannon.
Holds fast the door against the murderous tide that rushes to meet us. He wants you to pass through that door, to bring order to the chaos beyond. I don't understand any of this. Moments ago, I was just a soldier obeying his High Templar, Bannon the Nobody. Now, my God lays inside my head, telling me to let you through that door and to make my way to Overseer's Tower, if it still stands. It does? All right. I don't know what's waiting for you out there, but should you survive it, I'll see you at Overseer's Tower.
Oh, am I done here? Okay, yeah. It looks like I'm going deeper.
What in damnation have I done?
What needed to be done? Oh, all this shit wasn't on fire before, was it? I did say we were going to burn it all. Okay. These guys seem even more annoying than they were before. That AoE came down way faster than the other ones. Ouch! So they get 2 lives now? Dude, just... Oh, that's right. I turned it off. We need to... What even hit me, bro? I just got deleted. I don't think they were even attacking me. Oh, I saw what hit me now. They were attacking my totem, and I just got blasted by the shit that was attacking my totem. Like, I think they fired off the initial attack at me, and that weakened me. And then I got hit by other stuff that was aimed at the totem too, which finished me off. I didn't realize, I didn't see all that initial spam. I kinda just want the other pieces of armor I need to fix my build. We just don't have enough energy shield yet. I should have waited to take the perk that sacrifices my health regen for energy shield until I got actual energy shield, but hindsight and all that. Can I just teleport through there, please? Can I break it? No. I see a chest over there that I want. Especially since we're trying to get the pieces we need for our build. There's 2 chests over here. I'll take that scroll.
I am no beast of burden.
That's fine. I need to pick that shit up anyways, but it's good to know. Oh, is that an upgrade? It is, I think. Yeah, that's definitely an upgrade. Alright. I mean, the problem is... Oh, there's a regen life, but I think our regen life gets turned to... Alright. We're probably going to hold that. I don't know if we have equipment we make it what we need. And I'd rather save it to get our boots are right. We need armor and gloves that are energy shield before we can get that other energy shield perk, which will double our energy shield. Oh, Lanny has a reward for us. Well, let's talk to... Wait, he's gone.
You deserve recognition for what you have done. You've freed us from Templar oppression. Yet I fear you may have defeated the lesser of 2 evils. Still, take something. You'll be needing it in the times to come.
Defeating any evil, I feel, is progress. Let's see which one we want. We have the mana. Okay, let's see what these jewels do. So we have a blue jewel that's mana, but so we have Crimson Jewel. Crimson Jewel's mod pool is loosely linked to strength, also implied by its red color. For the same reason Crimson Jewel does not have... Alright. So... We don't want necessarily... I mean, we're not assuming we're gonna get a unique. I'm just trying to figure out... Alright, I guess maybe the uniques will give us an idea of what they do, though. Oh, elemental and strength. Removes energy shield, increases damage. Increased damage. Weird endurance shit. I don't know what endurance is. Golem stuff. Increased effect, passive skill, and 2 random modifiers. Strength. Fire damage as extra chaos damage. Fire damage. Oh, that's the same thing. Alright. Only affects. Okay, so, and then the Cobalt Jewel is going to be intelligence, right? The following Cobalt, it doesn't tell us that. But, oh. I found what I'm looking for. It's right here. Yeah. Global physical damage, flash effect, energy shield, cold damage, strike multiplier, it does fire damage, cast speed, maximum life. I don't know. Which jewel PoE having trouble picking the best jewels for the roles you want? Maybe this will help. Cool. Contains 3 sheets. Oh, bro, this is too much. This is too much. Axes is crimson. Wands. Okay, I feel like we just go red. Or maybe green. Green has possibilities. This is actually very helpful now that I figured out how to read it. What is this stuff? Okay. Damage over time. I mean, red is pretty good. Attack. Don't care about that. Fire is everything, which is cool. Just seems all those do everything. So if we want energy shield, we gotta go blue. But there's a bunch of stuff that could drop as blue that we don't want. And most of the stuff we want comes in green, but it's also, I mean red, but it's also got green. But the problem with green is there's more things we don't want in green, so I think we go red. We're gonna take a red jewel.
Once Kitava has gobbled up every scrap of Oriathan flesh, sucked every Oriathan bone dry of marrow, he'll turn his endless hunger to Namakanui and the whole Karui archipelago.
Indeed.
As you know, the Karui will fight, and they'll fight hard, but they're going to need all the help they can get. And I know of 3 treasures that might just make the difference.
Okay.
They were taken when the Templar raided Namakanui. A whip woven of Hinekora's hair. A tooth that Tukohama ripped from his own mouth. A fishhook that was once the jawbone of Valakor. Together, they're known as Kitava's torments, and lie within the reliquary that borders Oriath Square. I saw them with my own eyes when delivering messages to the scholars there. Please, Go to the reliquary and claim those treasures before Kitava's children do.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll talk about the rest of this stuff later. I need to get out of here before I lose my portal. Damn it. Never mind. We lost the portal. I wish the portals lasted just a little bit longer. They're so fast. Alright. Let's identify this tool. Critical strike multiplier with one-handed weapons. Increased armor. Attacks have 4% chance to cause bleeding. 12. We aren't using one-handed melee weapons. I mean, we can, but we don't really. So we're gonna bank that. Do we try and fix the helmet? Ooh, that was
Remember,
helpful.
we do this for freedom.
There is an open red slot. Oh, that's all support. We need MAME support. I think we can just do this. Alright. Yeah, so we put this on, and then we just need to get a link. Come on. Work, mouse. What's the one that does links? This guy, right? Yes. Oh, can't do that while it's links. There we go. So put that guy on, and we'll worry about the MAME support later once we're like actually really upgrading everything. Guy here. While we're here, do we have, what is this? Deadly ailments. D-A-D-L, nope. No deadly ailments until now. Alright, so then we'll
Hello.
sell the helmet. And I guess we can do, oops. We can do the lore. Since we already lost our portal, which means we lost our map progress too. What other lore you got for me?
Those who fight. Once Kitava has gobbled up,
You already told us that one. Alright. Utala. Where'd he go?
pick the lies that Utula has told us. But this piece of truth I do have. Utula sensed that very moment when you struck your final blow, when you broke the Templar's power. He turned to me and told me this.
Yeah, I figured Utala was gonna turn on us. The dude is way too bloodthirsty. We're gonna have to kill Utala.
His followers and left. Where's he gone? Oriath Square. You won't need directions.
Well, that explains why the library was on fire, probably. Unless me killing the dude caused like an outwards blast of fire. Alright, Valenta should be happy that Utala's gone now, because all he wanted to do was murder her.
Hello. I told you so. What more need I say?
Hey, I knew about it too, alright? I said from the beginning that was going to lead down a dark path. The sign of purity. She knows more about this than anyone, probably.
Sign of purity, yes. A descry staff that piety sent me to study at one point. Apparently it was a gift from innocence to the first High Templar, Maxarius. Dominus couldn't even bear to touch the thing, so he had it locked up in the ossuary. Quite reactive behavior for a man of such formidable intellect, yet now it's making a little more sense. The staff was certainly able to conduct and store energy, yet remained inert when I applied corruption to it. It must only respond to divine energy, and with corruption and divinity being diametrically opposed, it's no wonder that my experiments failed to excite the thing. Meaning, If the sign of purity is a repository for the power of innocence, Dominus could never have wielded it, being steeped as he was in the opposing power of the beast. You, though, you're a different matter entirely.
The gods.
Talked about the return of the gods since the birth of Oriath. It's a gambit employed by charlatans to fleece the weak-minded and morally desperate. Or so it seemed.
Right?
Avarius and his Templar drones now greet the dawn filled with power and glorious purpose. Kitava has risen from whatever ethereal cesspit he's been hiding in for the last few millennia. So what let the cats out of their proverbial bags? I'm a scholar, not a prophet. Yet there's one occurrence that absolutely reeks with evidential causality. You killed the beast.
I already figured that out. I said that last stream.
You really
Innocence.
don't have a strong grip on cause and effect, do you?
I do.
Things, other things. It's
The
most
narrator
fundamental
doesn't.
Of laws. The larger the thing you remove, the bigger the rush to fill the space that's left behind. Innocence was the nexus of power in Oriath. Remove him, and something of equal or greater power was always going to take his spot. Any idiot could have predicted that Kitava was going to be that something. Unless, of course, you thought it was going to be you.
No. I thought it was going to be the one true God. But he hasn't felt necessary to show his face yet.
He decked it out with everything his miraculous mind could conceive of. His great work in Psalm, that which you destroyed, it all began there. Tootles.
Alright, let's see what Bannon has for.
We're glad you made it. No, damn it all, that's just too strange to abide. I'm glad you made it. And innocence tells me I need to keep helping you. So that's what I'm going to do. I know my way around weapons and armor, and all things Templar if you should want for further enlightenment on that subject. As for innocence, I don't know. Sometimes he makes sense, other times he's a shattered god, but he'll heal. I'll make sure of that. Lani's told me a little about Utula and his cult of Kitava. Enough to know what Utula's got planned. Bring about the fall of one god so he can raise up one of his own. And this Kitava, from what fragments I can piece together from innocence, he's not the benevolent kind.
No, the least benevolent kind.
And stop him. I'm not saying this because I want to put innocence back on his divine throne. I'm saying this because Oriath is my home. It's made some mistakes, but it doesn't deserve the fate that Utula has in mind.
It's my home too, bro. Even though y'all fucking exiled me, I'm here to set things right.
I'm having a little trouble explaining it myself. I've never been the most devout of men, especially for a Templar, more of a soldier than a believer. But now, innocence himself rests within me. His voice is weak, barely a whisper, yet still he has the power to keep us safe from Kitava's hunger. At least for now. For my part, I'm simply grateful. Grateful that I have a god watching my back, and grateful that he's given me the power to watch others in return.
Yo, what's up, Manny? You look like the evil Jedi right now. I'm a gray Jedi. I walk the path in between the dark and the lightness. It's not black robe. It's just gray, bro. How you doing? Good to see you, Maddie. I'm just hard chilling today. I just didn't feel like putting pants on, so I left the. This is the robe I put on when I get out of bed. I think we already. No, we didn't talk about innocence yet. I just killed innocence.
Twisted by his supposed servants. Did I speak up? No. The pyre would have been my only answer. I did what I was told and drew the lines of morality where I could. Now I understand the truth. It wasn't Innocence's intention being twisted. It was Innocence himself, perverted by the selfish convictions of the men and women who worshipped him. A god answers to the believer, as the believer answers to their god.
That's kind of deep. Sweet. Yeah, I'm trying to beat the story before PoE 2 goes free to play. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do it because I'm already halfway done. I'm in like Act 5 out of 10 right now, and I got 6 months, so I think there's a pretty good chance I'll do it.
A staff bathed in innocent blood.
At least they think it's gonna be about 6 months.
Bathed in the blood of
They said
innocents.
at the very latest by the end of 2025, and it's not even 2025 yet.
A Templar. Now that I recall, I read a tome about it when I was a cadet. Bloody long time ago. I skipped most of the boring pages, so only remember the bit where High Templar Maxarius smote with flame the army of the faithless with one ray of its hallowing light. The book's words, not mine. Outside of my humble flesh, the sign of purity is about all that's left of innocence.
I need that.
Devotion should be
The
honored.
sign of purity.
For
Just
centuries
smote
now,
entire
Templar
armies.
boiled the flesh and skin from the devout, and presented the polished remains for public appreciation in the ossuary. Personally, I think it's one of the better ways to remember those who have gone before us. To touch the bones is to remember neither the legend, the legacy, nor the lies. It reminds you that those bones belong to a man or woman who was just like any other man or woman.
You said smoke. I did.
I'd be lying if I said my hands were clean of slavery's blood. I was a soldier. I went where Dominus ordered me to go. I sailed with the expedition to Namakanui, killed Karui warriors, and rounded up Karui captives like every other bastard in a Templar uniform. So I don't blame Lonnie for wanting to take back her freedom, and I don't blame her for believing Utula's lies either. I certainly swallowed enough of Dominus's falsities to sicken my soul. It's what we do now that matters. I can see that Lonnie's...
This dude's pretty enlightened, actually. No wonder they chose him to carry innocence. I don't remember who Valenta is.
Honest with you, I don't trust
Oh, that's her. Duh.
Yeah, I've got my reasons.
I don't trust her either, dude.
Quiet, but her
No.
results were brutally clear.
No, Valenta's totally fucked.
The people she changed. Slaves mostly, and a few...
Valenta has literally no remorse for the things she did.
Dominus more like it. I don't go in for black and white definitions of good and evil, but with piety in her ilk, I make an exception. Whatever's lurking inside Violenta, it ain't good. Not by a
No.
long shot.
Not absolutely, not at all. Alright. Do we have anything to sell? No. I think we've already talked to him about Utala.
A little about Utula and his cult of
Yeah,
Utala.
Utula. Alright.
Don't ever give up.
So, I think... Corrupted cock rings! Oh my god, dude. Chat is ridiculous right now. What has been up with, general chat? So, I need to travel to the reliquary, find Kitarva Torments. Or travel back through the Torch Courts. Find the ossuary, that's probably the ossuary. All these, or travel to the Ruined Square and kill Utala, which is also there, I guess. Yeah, so I think I'm going to switch off the game for a while. I wanted to just do some chilling. You like pickles? I love pickles. I feel like there's probably I'm being set up for something, but I absolutely love pickles. Pickles are pretty damn good, especially the spicy ones. Good, I brought an extra with me. Awesome, thank you, bro. I really appreciate it. Is your pickle spicy? I'm good now. So I just want to watch the video and eat some Nutella for a while. That's what we're gonna do. I don't know what we're gonna watch, but we'll let YouTube decide for us. How are you how are you doing, bro? How are things? So here we go. I absolutely love Atozi videos. This is perfect. I don't like watching Philip DeFranco videos on my channel because I feel like that's absolutely stealing views for him because people are gonna watch his stuff anyways because it's like basically the news. He's the Walter Cronkite of our generation. But I usually watch those when I wake up in the morning, but this one was not ready today. This one though, or like before stream. This one though, a brand new, not like Atozi's my favorite commentary streamer, but he's also not super well known compared to people that are like really out there. So I feel like I'm not really, most people probably wouldn't watch him to begin with. It just not, you know what I'm saying. It's less likely that he'll get the exposure
Things
on
have
his
got
own.
so much
It's so loud.
IRL streamer who's currently facing over a decade in
Guys, you know who this is? Fucking Johnny Somali is the worst of all streamers. A fucking scourge on the content creator universe. I hope he gets all the terrible shit that's coming to him.
prison in Korea.
I'm not generally the type of person that likes to root for someone's downfall, but he makes all of us look bad.
And making everything worse for himself. Not like that's just a new thing for this guy. He's been doing that his entire career. And I mean, I've made a plethora of videos on this guy covering the ongoing situation, so most people know. This guy makes a living off of harassing people in public. And specifically, he's built his career off of harassing people in Japan last year. He was arrested, he apologized, he spent a little bit over 3 months in jail over there. But once
and he didn't fucking learn!
And then started making
he didn't fucking learn. So he goes out, he finally gets out, he gets basically kicked out of the country. So it was like, well, I'm just gonna go to another country until they fucking get sick of me there too. This guy's such a fucking idiot. Not only does he make content creators look bad, but he makes Americans look bad too. This dude, I feel like we should just not let him back into the country at this point. Like, just burn his passport and like make him live in Puerto Rico, because technically it's not part of the United States, you know? Like, it is, but it's not.
Making fun of Japan again. Then he just continued his antics in other countries, and that just led him to more encounters with the police and other angry civilians. But
and you know the Puerto Ricans ain't gonna put up with this guy. I give it like 2 weeks before they beat his face in, you know? Max.
The most recent situation is going on in Korea, where he essentially decided to do what he was doing in Japan, but act out infinitely more. He really just wanted to test the limits to see how far he can get away with things. And so far, it seems like he might have.
So if you don't know what that is, the only reason I know what this is because of this ongoing story. But that is called a comfort woman statue. And basically, it's an homage to all the women that were sexually exploited by Imperial Japan, because Imperial Japan would take these Korean women and use them as sex slaves. So it's like one of the most disrespectful things he could ever possibly do. Like, on a level that, like, we as Americans probably can't even relate to, you know? It's like, there's just no level of thing we have that would cause this amount of national outrage here. Like, there's literally nothing you could do that would be as offensive to an American as what he's been doing to these comfort statue ladies. Like, this isn't even bad compared to some of the stuff he's done to them.
Limit, you know, because he's facing over a decade in prison now. But Korea is doing things a little bit different to what Japan did. Japan, they held him in jail until his case was over. Korea, they said, hey, we'll just give you a travel ban. Good luck surviving out there, bud. The burden of providing for yourself.
Yeah, Korea's totally based, to be honest. They're like, oh, like here, we do it too. We keep you in jail unless you pay bond, and then like you're just living off the taxpayer dollar. They're like, nah, you can't leave the country, but also have fun existing here until we decide to actually bring a case against you. Good luck, bro. We need to do more shit like that.
on you. And by the way, you can't work, you know, because if he does his job, he's going to make his trial way worse for himself. Then on top of that, it's not like he has a work visa either. He's on a tourist visa. So it's safe to say the dude is stuck between a rock and a hard place. And that is if there's only one trial, because he's committed dozens of felonies in Korea and snitched on himself doing everything because he live streamed everything. So all the prosecutors and victims need to do.
And Korea is one of those countries where you like can't really record people without their permission. So this dude probably has a rap sheet longer than Tekashi 6ix9ine at this point.
Is watch through all the footage and file charges as needed. He really just made things so much easier on them and infinitely worse for himself. But I guess that's just the consequences of harassing strangers on the street for profit. So as of right now, he's currently in legal trouble for two things: the 7-Eleven incident for disrupting the business, and the newest one added to his current trial.
Why would you even do that? Like, what guy? How like fucking brain dead are you? That you're like, bro, I'm just gonna pour my soup on the table, let it run all over the floor. Dude, he's like a goddamn toddler. Like, this dude has the brain of a fucking 4-year-old.
Disrupting the business, and the newest one added to his current trial is a violation of a Minor Offenses Act, which, from what I can tell, is a misdemeanor. And the most common punishment for that would either be a fine and or up to 30 days in jail. And this charge is pretty vague, so it's a little bit unclear on what he did to get this charge, but Andrew from Legal Mindset went over the things you need to do or allegedly do to get this charge.
So you see here, we've got breaking into empty houses. Uh-oh. Oh, that could have been it. Because he broke into the house, too. Remember that? He trespassed. Carrying a concealed weapon. Preparing for violence. False reporting.
That could be it too.
Changing the scene.
I think he's done that a couple times. No, that one's messed
a
up.
person in need. False assumption of a title. So if you pretend to be anyone with a rank or public office or academic degree,
I don't think he did that.
Any other medal, emblem, etc. So that could be pretty much anything, any rank, decoration. So that could even be a title, like if you pretend to be a lawyer, or pretend to be a PhD. That's interesting. He was pretending to be press at one point.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Solicitation, unauthorized posting of ad material, interference with potable water, littering, urination, interference with ceremonies.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a plethora of things that could be relevant here, as he did interrupt a televised concert or.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
A bunch of people in public, and then Andrew also mentioned that he did break into someone's place. So that is really interesting. He also made countless threats. And then you have number 20 there, which is also relevant because this guy is just regularly day drinking in public and
always drinking
towards random citizens on the street for his content. So
they're gonna get him for 5 different charges on that one.
A lot of his behavior fits this charge. But he also made some extremely creepy threats to another streamer, which both he himself streamed and the victim. But the creator Decoy Voice covered this a little while back.
Oh, what's that?
As apparently he's all riled up because that other.
I'm sorry to hear that, Rose. What happened? Welcome back, but like, not in a good way, I guess. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you all right, Rose? You want to talk about it, or you just want to chill with us for a minute?
The streamer girl tried to throw water on him.
Hold up, so he threatened that over some water?
So Johnny's Bonnie to his Clyde threw a drink on her.
Don't try to throw a drink on me. Yeah, you don't. This shit, you know. Shut up. Shut up.
This guy is just like the worst human being ever.
He
Not
deleted that video, bragging that he smacked her cam.
Not as like the worst like Hitler, but like the worst like, I don't know. He's like, he shouldn't even be human. He's like a rat. He's literally a rat.
Camera across the street and immediately deleting the saved stream.
Oh man, dude. Yeah, so he's
This
a
guy
very
is going to be reincarnated
unfortunately for him,
as a
the
hemorrhoid
Twitchers
on a
cancel
rat's
him out
ass
and
when he
move on,
dies.
funnel onto this, and they just record all of his streams. Also, I mean, this is assault.
Don't ever rely on me again.
This guy is just such a massive man-child who's clearly on a mission to ruin his own life for internet attention. And also, I guess because he can't really control his own emotions. And also, I'm laughing here because not what he said. What he said is awful.
See, I don't know for a fact that he can't control his own emotions. I think he probably struggles with it, but he doesn't seem to struggle with it as much as most people do. I think he just has absolutely no human decency or moral compass whatsoever, and he just says and does whatever he thinks or knows is going to get a rise out of people. And it's not even like there's definitely some level of probably not being able to control his emotions, but I've seen other people that are way less disruptive, that have way less control over their emotions than him. A lot of it is an act where it's just like literally nothing that comes out of his mouth matters, because he just says whatever he needs to or whatever he thinks will be advantageous to him at that point.
Awful.
He's just a cockroach.
But how pathetic he is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please help me? Help me! He said he's gonna rape me. Please help me.
Yo, what?
He said he's gonna rape.
That's actually fucked up.
No, he's usually there. He said he's gonna rape me. I said, that's a threat, yeah.
He would say that too. The dude would absolutely just say it.
But I guess his whole stream is just one big crash out. But even by the bar that he set so low for himself, this is still pathetic. And this situation has become relevant again because now there's a few charges there. Obviously, the threats, assault, but also this business happened to be ABC Pizza, and the people have now reported him for disrupting that business, just like he did at the 7-Eleven. Because as
there we go,
he harassed here were customers of the business and spent a decent amount of time causing a commotion at the entrance of this business. So that's
he's
being reported to the investigators.
He's
now,
in the middle of it. It's like it looked like it was an open air restaurant, and he's just in there throwing water on people at the seats.
The people on the train, like we covered in my last video on him. And if all of these incidents were just isolated, if he only did one of them,
the crazy thing is, he could probably get arrested in the United States for doing this, because even though we have a freedom of speech, the Supreme Court has ruled multiple times that there's not an absolute right. If you could potentially cause harm with your speech, then you can be held accountable for that. For example, Alex Jones. But more common uses of that are anything that's considered a true threat. And saying you have a bomb could arguably be a true threat, even if it's pretty clear you're just doing it to get a rise out of people or scare people. Like the classic example is shouting fire in a crowded movie theater when there is none. Then people will likely panic and run out. So there's like true threats, inciting riots, and there's a few other things that just aren't protected under the First Amendment. And he's done like all of them. This is just like, how is this even a human being? This is not a human being. This is just a demon that has inhabited a human body. And if there was ever a human in there, it doesn't exist anymore. He's just become a degenerate creature.
And he didn't do any of the others. They would probably slip through the cracks because like no one cares enough. But because of who Johnny is and how much shit he's done in Korea in the short time that he's been there, I mean, just.
And it's all recorded too. Why do these people always self-report? One of my favorite videos is like when someone records a video of them like throwing their drink in like a McDonald worker's face because it was supposed to be no ice and it had ice in it, and they think they're like not gonna get flamed for being an absolute terrible person or maybe even arrested for assault because that's evidence of an assault, when it's just like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with so many people these days? Like,
just his whole career is harassing strangers in public for his own content, and he's now been charged with 2 things. They just want to throw everything at him. And you know, the pathetic,
I mean, it is kind of appropriate, man. Now that you mention, I've been in dark mode all day. Like literally, I started the stream just ranting for 30 minutes about shit, and then there was like another point where I ranted for about another 20 minutes. And even once I stopped ranting, I was just like ranting about the game for a little bit. I just needed to, I guess I needed to get some things off my chest. Hopefully will be, hopefully tomorrow will be a better day. It's been like a rough 2 weeks. That's all I'm going to say.
catalyst that caused this national hatred and outrage towards
It's been a rough 5 years, to be honest, but like the last 2 weeks were particularly rough.
him was his P. Diddy jokes, then undressing and rubbing baby oil
this is
all
like
over himself and the Comfort Lady statues, then, you know, groping and dancing on it. He obviously did this to upset as many people as possible, as the Comfort Women statues are to honor and remember the thousands of SA victims from the 1930s into the early 40s. And he was extremely aware of exactly what he was doing, even though he played dumb and didn't know. And every time he gets confronted, he just plays this stupid act of like, I didn't do anything wrong. Please enlighten me on what I did wrong, because I don't even understand that I did something wrong. Yeah, I digress. But remember the streamer Bong Bong, who Johnny made the deep pig video of them making out? That's also a potential charge. We saw her live stream herself pressing charges, but she apparently decided to not pursue them any further. Well, that is until recently, because allegedly Johnny was begging her not to follow through with those charges. But now there's a rumor that she's filing them anyway. Now, will she follow through this time? Who knows?
Also, so the guy he talked about, Legal Mindset, did a video going over these charges. Apparently, according to like Korean law, it doesn't even matter if she decides not to file them. Like, it does somewhat, because if she decides to file them, that's more of a guarantee that it's going to happen. But apparently, according to Korean law, the police can still decide to file the charges anyways, now that they know about it and they've seen the evidence. So even if she decides she doesn't want to file the charges, the police can kind of be like, you know what, this guy's a public nuisance. We'll just get him. I feel like he needs to go to, what he really needs to do is go to like Cambodia or Haiti and try that shit there. And then maybe the world will just rid us of him, you know? All right, let me see what Rose said here. Well, I went to a restaurant with my dog, Blaze, and he acted scared. A woman smacked my hand, calling me all sorts of names, like dog sitter for some reason. Then she stole my credit card info, went on your Twitch stream, and then came to my house. I woke up after that. That's pretty crazy. That's all right. That's a lot to unpack there. How was it a nightmare? I'm curious, like, what were the parts that scared you, that you found uncomfortable, that made it a nightmare? Because I have to admit, I don't really get nightmares, or at least for me, they're not nightmares. I get some wild dreams, but I like, the crazier and more intense and scary they are, the more I enjoy them. Actually, I'm really fucked up.
Who knows? But we do also know that the investigators were looking into that case. Even
I've had like 2 nightmares in my life, and they were when I was in like 2nd grade, I think was the last one. Because I still lived in Indianapolis back then. There may have been one, the other one may have happened after that, but it was like definitely not after 5th grade. I guess part of the thing is that like I was picked on a lot when I was young. So it was like real life was usually worse than the nightmares, you know? The nightmares were just like fun little stories that went away, and then I had to wake up and deal with the real shit.
Though that she dropped the charges. This is because she filed them to begin with. But another new update to the situation is his trial is now scheduled for December 20th, where he's facing a charge of disrupting a business, which again, he live streamed because clearly he's very determined to build.
Not that I'm trying to be like dismissive or anything. I just want to be clear. It's just, I'm just saying it's weird. It's hard for me to like determine what part of that is the nightmare. Was the woman like grotesque or scary in some way? Because like the thing about it, it's going to be like the feelings you have potentially more. Like it's not always about the images. It's more about how those images make you feel and turns it into a nightmare that terrifies you. So I'm curious to know why was it a nightmare and why did it like shake you and all that? Because the showing up to my house and stealing my credit card is scary in my opinion. Okay. That I can. So the showing up to the house part, yeah, that's definitely worrying to me. I don't. The credit card thing, I don't have credit cards. I did when I was younger, and then I realized how dumb they were. I might get one eventually as like a business card. I probably will at some point, but it'll be very strictly for like tax write-off stuff, you know. That'll make it easier to do that. If it's just all on the credit card, it'll be easier to do that type thing. I also don't value money at all, so someone steals like even my debit card for my bank, I just turn it off on my phone because I can do that remotely. And I'm like, oh well, even if they do take it, there's not anything in there that they can spend it on. It's designed not to overdraft, and there's like $2 sitting there at the moment. Plus, every situation I've had where there were like incorrect charges on my credit card, I always got them removed, and it was easier than I thought, you know, because like the credit card companies, they generally know. So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like logic my way out of this or anything. I'm trying to figure out things from your perspective. But to do that, I need to like unattach myself from my perspective. You know what I'm saying? More your Cash App info? Okay. I mean, that's basically the same thing these days. That's more like a debit card than a credit card, which I would say is scarier than a credit card, because credit cards, one, it's usually easier to get that fixed, but credit cards have a delayed impact, you know, where it's like if someone charges $500 on your credit card, it's not like you lost that $500. It's just money you owe. But if someone gets your Cash App or your PayPal or your debit card, that shit just disappears from your account, and then you're kind of stuck trying to get it back until you get it back, you know. And like as long as it's not crypto, which Cash App does do crypto, if someone were to like put it all in Bitcoin, you'd never get that shit back. So I can understand why that's kind of scary. Yeah, the showing up at the house stuff, I can see why that scares a lot of people. For me, I would revel in that. I'd be like, oh, all right, let's fucking go. You know, I want someone to try, kind of like, don't take that as an invitation, chat. But you know what I'm saying? I want someone to be dumb enough to try some stupid shit, and then I would just make content out of it. And honestly, if I didn't survive, that would probably make me even happier.
Build the best possible case against himself. That's what makes all this so funny. He is the prosecution's own star witness against himself. Because the dude loves lying.
Yeah,
and he even
the dude just
bragged
keeps
about lying
self-reporting.
in
It's
court in
fucking
Japan
dumb as
to
shit.
get out with a lesser sentence. So now he'll be like, nah, that didn't happen. And then the prosecutors are like, well, here's this live stream. Because the difference between Korea and Japan right now is now we have all of this information that Japan didn't have back then that's being shown to the prosecutors now. It also seems like the prosecutors over there are way more aggressive and also way more interested in seeing what the internet has compiled of his own actions. Well, you may be asking, what has he been doing since he was indicted? Well,
Yeah, it seemed like Japan didn't really like understand what he was doing. Whereas it seems like Korea totally completely understands, because they have literally, like, there's video of them saying stuff that makes me think, I don't know if they outright said it, but I'm like 90% sure they know his stream and all that stuff. They will watch the stream and just use that to prosecute him, which is crazy. But yeah, I do want to say, Rose, I'm sorry that you you experienced a nightmare. It's unfortunate. I have dreams that wake me up, so I can definitely relate to that. I find it frustrating and annoying when I'm trying to sleep that I'll wake up. It's always dumb shit. So, like, I wish I could remember one of them. My dreams don't last long at all, but like, they fade within minutes of me waking up. There's very few dreams I've ever remembered. But it's always like some really, really weird, mundane shit where it's like, why would that be the thing that wakes me up? It makes no sense. Let me preface this with, I have dreams about getting killed in various ways. I mean, I have dreams of things. I mean, I have that too. But I kind of find those fun. I told you I'm fucked up, you know? It's sort of like, I love the struggle of it, you know? The fight to the death, so to speak. So I definitely can understand why those scare people. But for me, those are some of the most enjoyable dreams. But I think so. Clearly, then, just to answer the question, you fear death. Then that's one thing. I have no fear of death. So I guess that's probably one of the reasons why those don't bother me. I love those dreams because they are high intensity, high energy, way less boring than real life, you know? But for someone who fears death, I could see why that would be terrifying. Okay. Why do you fear death? I'm curious.
You know, he did that publicity stunt where he apologized and pretended he didn't know anything about the statue.
Can you guys tell me a little bit more of the history of the statue? Because I haven't done too much research. Yeah.
But again, he streamed himself, literally enlightening his viewers on what that statue was and what it stood for.
I'm talking about the Korean comfort women. The thousands of women who were forced into.
This guy is a fucking idiot.
by the Imperial Japanese Army during World War II.
And you know, to really blow up that apology, he then recently promised that he would repeat those actions to the Comfort Women statues if he was banned on TikTok.
I swear to God, if they ban this TikTok, I'll go back to the statue tomorrow. Wallahi, if they ban this TikTok, I'll go to the statue tomorrow.
So, yeah, he's just completely destroying any chance.
I have the fear of the unknown. I mean, everyone has that to some extent. But why specifically is that so terrifying to you? Everything's unknown until you know it. So, like, there's so much we don't know. And honestly, the more I learn, the more I realize I don't know. So, I mean, I guess there's like a few things that are unknown that make me a little uncomfortable. I don't know if I would necessarily... I guess there's one or two things that I would describe as... I wouldn't even describe them as unknown, just as uncertainty. Things that are unknown simply don't exist to me, and therefore they have no effect on me. Like, it's like, how can nothing influence me? It can't, because it's nothing on some level. What I would say I probably fear most is uncertainty more than the unknown, where it's like there are two possibilities and I can't determine which one is true. I like, no matter what I do, I can't find evidence to support one conclusion or the other when the fate of the world might hang in balance. That's the type of thing that I mostly fear. But like, why does the unknown frighten you?
Of any leniency from a judge. And now he's just starting to completely lose his mind as he started this new content bit where he claims that he's in North Korea, when in reality, he's still in Seoul.
They say the National Intelligence Service is gonna come get me. Tell them, come find me. I ain't scared of them. Shout out North Korea. Shout out Pyongyang.
He could like actually go to jail for a very long time because he was saying some pro North Korean things. And in South Korea, that's basically a war crime. I don't know if it's a full level war crime, but it's like, I mean, yeah, it's bad. We don't really have an equivalent here in the US because we haven't been embroiled in a cold civil war for our entire existence, you know? Our civil war went hot and then it cooled off, but might be about to go hot again, so I would suggest everyone protect themselves and their family as appropriate.
Shout out Kim Jong-un. That's my till the day I die. South Korea.
Right, dude. They know exactly where you are, and it's not like you can leave the country, so hang tight, bud. Imagine being this guy's attorney, and then you see your client posting this before the trial. Oh,
I just want this guy to get swarmed by a dozen police officers and taken down while he's live.
Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say. But he also posted this video.
Man, it's a hard life out here. They saying I'm going to jail. They're saying all this bullshit. I'm out here. I'm still north, near the DMZ. I made it to North Korea. Thank the Lord. Thank God. Shout out Kim Jong-un, shout out Pyongyang. I'm gonna tell y'all one thing. The reason why I respect North Korea is because they're dystopian. They are a, fascist place, but they don't lie about it. South Korea is just as fascist. You just lie about it. I touched the statue, so you guys are trying to...
That might be one of the truest things he ever said. Like that's gonna make them even madder. You know? Like, damn. See, the thing about this guy is I think he's way smarter than people give him credit for. But he's a short-sighted dumbass. You know, I've met a lot of highly intelligent people that are very dumb in the grand scheme of things. I'm not saying he's necessarily highly intelligent, but I also don't think he's as dumb as people think he is. He knows exactly what he's doing all the time, and he's. I've seen some North Korean laws. I mean South Korean laws, and let's just say it's not a place I feel like I would really want to visit personally. Like most, honestly, there's really even going to Germany. I felt kind of oppressed. Dude, the German police are scary as fuck. There's no way. Like, I don't think most Americans, like a lot of them, they talk about how we need to be more like Europe and the rest of the world. I feel like most of these people haven't visited those countries because it's like so many of the things we take for granted here are just literally illegal there. So it's like, but he's not wrong. Like, North Korea is definitely openly fascist, but let me put it this way: South Korea is still Korea, you know. And we'll just move on from there.
Silence me, murder me, and then jail me. So I might as well.
How are they gonna murder him and then jail him? I mean, they're just gonna like lock up his corpse and throw it in there next to some poor guy. Also, the time I tried to end it, it made me realize I don't want to die. See, I kind of had the opposite experience where there have been many times I wish I would have been successful, you know? And it's just one of those things where eventually someone made me promise never to attempt it again. And I don't break my promises. So I'm stuck here. So it's like when something's trying to kill me, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. Let's do it. Don't get me wrong. I fully intend to go out swinging. I want to take as much evil with me as possible when I finally leave this world. But there's an old saying. Let me see. I don't know exactly how it's said. Stoic quotes on death. You know what? I can probably find it. I have the book right here. I found the book. It was probably in the apology. I don't have enough light for this. Give me a sec. My eyes suck. Alright. What? Maybe it was the one after the apology. Let me see. I need to go find the, This is the collected works of Plato, which, if you aren't aware, Apology's the first one. Almost all of them are just recordings of conversations that Socrates had with other people. And the Apology specifically is a recording of Socrates' trial in front of the Greek people, which has a whole bunch of weird parallels. It's almost identical to Jesus' trial by Pilate. But let me I need to, this is many, many pages. I need to skim through it. Actually, there's got to be like a PDF file that I could find. The apology of Socrates. It's ironic because he refuses to apologize. PDF. Why is my mouse fucking flipping out? Okay. They're like a search. There's got to be a search. There are 42 mentions of death in this, so give me a second to find the right one. Okay, so this is kind of, I think, where he starts to get into it, but not specifically. But Socrates says here, to fear death, gentlemen, is no other than to think oneself wise when one is not. To think one knows what one does not know. No one knows whether death may not be the greatest of all blessings for a man. Yet men fear it as if they knew it is the greatest of evils. And surely it is the most blameworthy ignorance to believe one knows what one does not know. It is perhaps this point and this respect, gentlemen, that I differ from the majority of men. And if I were to claim that I am wiser than anyone in anything, it would be in this, that as I have no adequate knowledge of things in the underworld, so I do not think I have. So basically he's saying, to assume that death is a bad thing is basically insanely egotistical, because how could we possibly know, you know? What, let's see. There's one that I am more interested in, though. So in this, he's talking about specifically, like, why would he care about being sentenced to death? Because he's already in an advanced age, and it's like death is upon him anyways, which isn't relevant here. But there's one that is relevant for us younger folk. He talks about a moment where there is literally absolutely no reason to fear death, unless you're an evil person. And I have a question, Rose. Are you an evil person? No? Okay, well then you shouldn't fear death at all. And I think I found the reason why. It's right here. So, this is after he's been sentenced to death. He says, "What has happened to me may well be." Let me blow this up. My eyes aren't as good as they. What has happened to me may well be a good thing, and those of us who believe in death to be an evil are certainly mistaken. I have convincing proof of this, for it is impossible that my familiar sign did not oppose me if I was not about to do what was right. Let us reflect in this way too, that there is good hope that death is a blessing, or if one of two things: either the dead are nothing and have no perception of anything, or it is, as we are told, a change and a relocating for the soul from here to another place. If it is a complete lack of perception, like a dreamless sleep, then death would be a great advantage. For I think that if one had to pick out that night which a man slept soundly and did not dream, put it beside the other nights and days of his life, then see how many days and nights had been better and more pleasant than that night, not only a private person, but the great king would find them easy to count compared with the other days and nights. If death is like this, I say it is an advantage, for all eternity would then seem to be no more than a single night. So basically, there's like essentially two possibilities as far as we can perceive as human beings as to what death will be. Either it's nothing, it's just over, there's no afterlife. Once you're dead, you're gone, and you exist only in the memories and hearts of your loved ones and those people you affected, which you could argue is its own type of life, afterlife. But as for your own personal experience and consciousness, it just ceases to exist. So it would be the end of all need, the end of all want, the end of all pain, the end of all misery, and it would pass in an instant. It would be like the perfect, most restful sleep you have ever had. And that sounds like a good thing to me, you know? So then the other option then is that there is an afterlife, and I think that's where he goes next. Let me find where we were. If, on the other hand, death is a change from here to another place, and what we are told is true, and all who have died are there, what greater blessing could there be, gentlemen of the jury? So, specifically, the Greeks had a different interpretation of the afterlife, and basically, in that everyone basically went to the same place. So it's debated by historians. Like, I think there were different layers of it, where different people who had done different things or achieved different things in their life would be sent to different areas. But it's kind of in the modern Western ideal, we have an idea of heaven or hell, and then for some people there's purgatory as well, which is kind of like an in between. But for them, Hades was like all three mixed into one. But if you're not a bad person, if you're not evil, you have sought your life doing good, then you, in the Western lexicon, we believe you would be going to the good place, right? So, if anyone arriving will replace Hades with the afterlife. If anyone arriving in the afterlife will have escaped from those who call themselves judges here, and will find those true judges who are said to sit in judgment there, Minos and Rhadamanthus and Asius and Triptolemus and the other demigods who have been upright in their own life, would that be a poor kind of change? Again, what would one of you give to keep company with Orpheus and Mausius, Hesiod and Homer? I am willing to die many times if that is true. It would be a wonderful way for me to spend my time whenever I met Polymatus and Ajax, the son of Telamon, and any of the other men who died through an unjust conviction, to compare my experience with theirs. I think it would be pleasant. Most important, I could spend my time testing and examining people there, as I do here, as who among them is wise, and who thinks he is, but is not. What I would not give, gentlemen of the jury, for the opportunity to examine the man who led the great expedition against Troy, or Odysseus, or Sisyphus, and innumerable other men and women one could mention, would be an extraordinary happiness to talk with them, to keep company with them, and examine them. In any case, they would certainly not put one to death for doing so. They are happier than we are here in other respects. For the rest of time they are deathless, if indeed what we are told is true. So, basically what he's saying, if you're not a terrible person, there's absolutely no reason to feel death, because one of two things is going to happen. Either, according to our beliefs, if what we believe is true, he said, either you'll finally get the most perfect, dreamless, comfortable, relaxing sleep ever, which I don't know about you, but I love sleep more than just about anything. Or you'll get to meet all these wonderful people that have went before you, you know? Maybe family members. Personally, I would love to sit down and have a conversation with Freddie Mercury about music. People, like, whenever people say, like, if you could meet one dead person, who would it be? Freddie Mercury. Absolutely. I want to know how he did it. Like, just one of the greatest musicians of all time in every respect. I think it would be cool to talk to George Washington too, and like ask him, yo, so the United States, you guys were kind of right about most of that. You know, you said political parties were a bad idea. I don't know if most people know this, but political parties were originally banned in the United States because they feared exactly what we're going through right now. And there's like a lot of stuff that has changed over the years that has basically become the opposite of what the founding fathers intended. So I think it's hilarious when people like to be like, oh, if the founding fathers were so smart, was the United States so fucked up now? Well, because we didn't fucking listen to them. That's why. Like, go back and read the Federalist Papers. They warned us about all of this shit 200 years ago, and people were just too dumb to fucking listen, you know? So I'd love to go sit there and talk with Benjamin Franklin and George Washington. Hell, I'd like to talk to Benedict Arnold and know why he fucking turned his back on the Union and all that shit. I think it was for money, to be honest. But who knows? Maybe he had other reasons. So I don't believe there's any reason to fear death at all. I think death is a beautiful, wonderful thing that, like, I don't know if it's in this conversation, but in one of the conversations, he says, all true philosophers look forward to death, basically. So I think at some point after this, he has friends that come to him, and they're like, hey, so we've started an appeal, but if the appeal fails, we're gonna break you out. And he's like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. There was like 3 reasons why. One, the dude was just sick of, like, this isn't what he said, but I know because I relate to this. I'm sure he had the same mind. The dude was just sick of the people he'd been trying to help for his entire life being the ones that did the most terrible things to him. And this is like the final knife thrust. So at that point, he was like, you know what? Fine. Fucking kill me. I tried to save you. Go ahead and kill me. Prove you weren't worth saving in the first place. The second thing is he's old at this point, you know? Like, for a Greek of the time, he was an old man. So it was kind of like, bro, my bones ache. Like, it would be nice not to have arthritis anymore. So yeah, whatever. Might as well go do it. But the third one is he was proving a point. You know? He was allowing them to martyr him as the period in the final sentence of his life, you know? So I understand why you fear death, but I don't believe there's any reason to do so. And maybe if you can learn to find a way to stop fearing death, I don't know how one would do that. Like, for me, I've been running into burning buildings as a firefighter since I was 16 years old. So, when you literally walk through the gates of hell dozens of times, because a lot of what we did was vehicle rescue, real, like, actual fully involved houses don't happen, or buildings don't happen that often. Although, like houses aren't even what were scary. It was like commercial buildings and stuff, because you never knew if there'd be like fireworks or corrosive chemicals that would just like melt your leg off or something like that. So, but it's like, once you've done what I did for as long as I did it, you just kind of shrug at death. You're like, oh, you again, old friend. So I don't really know how to help someone that hasn't stared death straight in the eye so many times overcome that fear. But if you can find a way to overcome that fear for yourself, the nightmares will probably stop. And even if you do have them, they probably won't be so terrifying. I don't. If there's anything I can do to help you with that, Rose, please let me know. What's up? Yeah, good to see you too. How's it going, dude? Looks like welcome back. Yeah, I took a couple days off last week. I tried to stream Thursday and Friday. I just wasn't feeling up to it, and I've had, well, as I said earlier, I've had several rough years at this point. But the last 2 weeks were particularly rough. And I actually started the beginning of this. It's kind of funny. We're so chill right now because I started the beginning of this stream just ranting for like an hour about random shit. As a roughly 40-year-old dad near Louisiana, how do you feel about the feral hogs that are overtaking the South? So I wasn't aware that was an issue. I'm up way north in rural Pennsylvania. So the only thing we have overtaking us here are white-tailed deer. And they're not really that much of a threat to anything except your garden. Feral hogs sound a lot scarier though. We were actually talking, was it on stream or was I just chilling with friends in a Discord call? I don't remember. But we were talking, I think it was on stream. We were talking about how ARs are are often used for boar hunting, simply because of how dangerous they are. Like, if you miss a white-tailed deer, it runs away. If you miss a boar or a hog, it runs towards you, you know? So, one, also, deer are slightly larger in size often, and you need that higher um, higher terminal velocity of a heavier, faster bullet that you would get out of like a 30-06 or a 270. But with hogs, you can usually take them down with 5.56 or other AR chamber rounds. Don't use a 22 on one. But I think what probably needs to happen is I have my hunting license in PA, but I've never actually gone hunting, mostly because I don't want to go solo. And I don't really trust anyone not to Dick Cheney me. But the primary reason I got it was so I could get. It's not active right now. I don't think. I don't have it for this year, but I generally renew it every year once the weather breaks. But I think they need to look at conservation, because that is not hyperbole. There are probably 20 to 30 feral hogs in my backyard daily, but such is life in the bayou. Well, I've stared death down a few times, such as heart failure, father, and me trying to end it. Yeah. I think you glanced at it, but you didn't stare it down, right? There's a difference between seeing it and turning away in fear versus staring death down and making death turn away. You know, if you've done things like me and a certain individual who I assume is still lurking in chat that I know has seen death on levels that I probably can't comprehend, it just doesn't affect you at all anymore. Like I'm sure it's not hyperbole. Like, how dare you? I wasn't even talking about you, dude. Like, looks like, how dare me what? What do you mean? What did I say specifically? I could use some context here. I was talking about someone else with the whole death aspect, but how dare me what? What did I do? I am not. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. Oh, no, I get what you're saying. So yeah, this is something we've talked about. You know, I tried to do it once back when I was 13, I think. Around there. It might have been younger. It was like, but yeah, so it's just, I think the most important thing is to realize that it's like, committing that act is a failure. You know, it's a failure of yourself, the failure to the people you love, and it's a weakness. It doesn't take strength to do that. It takes utter selfishness and utter weakness, you know? And I have to admit, like, when I attempted to do it, it was the single most selfish act of my life. And I specifically did it because I wanted to hurt the people that loved me. I felt like they neglected and abused me for far too long, and I just had enough. I wanted it to be over, you know? Hey, what's up? We're talking about some heavy shit right now. We're talking about death and also boar invasions. Wild shit in this stream. But welcome to the stream. I love being me, maybe. I love being me, absolutely, most of the time, except when I don't. How are you? Welcome to the stream. My father was successful with it. Yeah, and it was probably the most selfish thing it was absolutely the most selfish thing he's ever done in his life. So, you know, I generally don't do copyrighted music on the stream anymore. But I guess we're not multi-streaming to YouTube right now because I'm too broke to afford the restream sub at the moment. So we're just here, and I don't need to worry about the YouTube strikes, which are the big killer, because those will shut down your whole channel for a week. So this song by Tech9 and Jelly Roll. I don't know if you know who Jelly Roll is, but I love Jelly Roll. I love Tech9 too. And Chris Calico, Chris Calico is Tech9's backup singer. I don't want the whole damn thing. Let's just get the lyrics. I think we just need to listen to this song right now. You know, I said I wasn't going to do any music today, but it kind of was the Music Monday stream. Don't lay down yet.
This is dedicated to the ones that are broken.
I don't know all the words really, but I'm going to see if I can vibe with it, you know?
Trust.
Do you know somebody in pain? I know somebody's all fed up and off in the brain. Heartbroken probably. I've been broke when life was not gleaming with hope and foggy. But I would never dump it on you, then later say sorry. Hey, run the pain's hardest when a loved one's life isn't starlit. When they call you, they think the smartest way out of it is departed. Sometimes return hearted and hate that call even started. Know that high heart isn't guarded, not even your art is cathartic. Please think about your people, yo. Ease up on your ego, bro. Let's find out if it's evil, go. You don't really want to fly like an eagle, though. But in case you want to know how sin tastes, I want to tell you how a mother said, brother, but fin fake. Okay, that part's hard. Selfishness. That's what it is. When I was 1 million friends, just want to see a brother live. But if you don't see the gutter through, you're gonna leave the others blue. You make it harder to talk for us, but think it's easier for you. Damn. Take yourself away from things we all go through. But if you knew that it was killing me, yeah, it's killing me, would you still believe that it was easier to do? Don't lay down, lay down. Don't lay down yet. Don't lay down, lay down. Don't lay down yet. Only the angels know the pain that you hold on to. Why would you leave me alone? Just as easy for you. I know somebody that's stuck down on the bottom, and he deals with his problems in ways that never solves them. And I know how he feels inside. Try to give him flowers while he's still alive. I see demons in my sleep. Got a teardrop falling down my cheek. Don't lay down, hold me. You can't leave me now. I woke up in the middle of the night. I was drenched in a cold sweat, stressing. I couldn't fall back asleep, so I picked up the phone and I sent you a message, and it said, after everything that we've been through the ups and downs, just know that I believe in you. You said you won't leave me, I know I'm a piece of you. So don't you make this hard on us just 'cause it's easier for you.
Take yourself away from things we all go through. Yeah. But if
If you knew that it was killing me, yeah, it's killing me, would you? Would you still believe that it was easier to do? Yeah. Would have never been easy. Lay down, lay down. Don't lay down yet. Don't lay down, lay down. Don't lay down yet. Oh. I don't really know this end part that much. You know, you sound really good. Do you ever do choir, musical, high school, or college? All of them. So that's kind of one of the things I've always been kind of good at the music shit, and I've just never been able to make it work. I have, so I started doing choirs when I was in like second grade. It was like Christmas choirs and stuff like that. As soon as I could join Christmas choir, I did. For a while, I kind of stopped because my parents forced me into STEM, and like all that pressure and stuff is why I tried to off myself. And plus, like, I've always been extremely neurodivergent. People would pick on me for being a nerd. Like, I got the worst of it because it was like a really small school. There were like 20 people per class, and I was the nerd in the class. So not only did people from my own class pick on me for being a nerd, but also the class above and the class above that too. So I had like 3 grades that would all just gang up on me. And I begged my parents to take me out of the school, and they wouldn't because it was a Catholic school, and they demanded that I had a Catholic education, and none of the other Catholic schools had any openings at the time. So like I just wanted to go to a public school, a larger school, where I could like fade into the background. And I actually had friends at the public school already because I was in the gifted program, and they didn't have a gifted program at the Catholic school because it was so small. So I would bus out there like every other week or something like that, and I was doing like stock market games when I was like in 5th grade and stuff like that. And God, I wish I had money to invest in the stock market right now, because I'd be set up pretty nice. But no, I've just never been able to get things together. I had a band in high school. That one was no, that was like middle school. That one was doomed from the start because I basically made it to try and get with a girl. So that one was doomed from the start, right? The whole reason I made that band was because I wanted the girl who I asked the bassist to be my girlfriend, and then she just never showed up to any of the rehearsals. It was me and my friend and her friend, and it was only me and my friend that showed up, not the girl that I wanted to actually be in the band. That was like 7th or 8th grade. I made a website and everything. I let her name the band, and then she didn't show up. That was just fucking hilarious. But then in high school, I got back into it eventually in my senior year of high school. I had just had enough of all the bullshit. I was going to go, like, I was looking between going to Embry-Riddle University for aerospace engineering, or I'm an Eagle Scout, so I had a letter from my senator to get me into the Air Force Academy, or maybe not the senator. It might have been the House representative. One of the two. I had a letter from like one of the you to get into Air Force Academy. You need to have a letter saying like, yeah, this dude he's good. He'll like represent the country and all that. And I had the letter. I had approved financial aid for that, and in the end, I ended up going to a liberal arts college because I knew in my soul that like STEM wasn't what I was supposed to do, even though my parents kept forcing me to. And the reason they did that is because when I was very young, in the what was it called? The gifted program, you had to take these achievement tests. And let's just say I did really, really well in them. We'll leave it at that. So all my life, it was like I wasn't allowed to get C's on any of my report cards. If I got a C on any subject in any of my report cards, I was grounded for that entire semester until I didn't have any more C's on my report card. So that became like a spiraling thing where eventually I was so depressed and stressed out that even when I brought one grade up, I would get a C in another class because it was just too much for me to handle. And the worst thing was when I got a D. That was just inconceivable for my parents, for me to get a D in any class. Bro, I was about to ask the same. I really like your sound. Oh, thank you. Do you have a thing you would like to sing for an audition? I could sing almost anything you want. So, we didn't get to it yet, but if you could sing one song as an audition, what would it be? Oh, dude, I know what it would be, but I don't know if I could sing it right now. I haven't actually practiced in years, man. It would be a Disney song, of course. Like I'm straight up even though I have like beards and guns and swords, I'm a theater kid at heart, you know? Just a straight up theater geek. And it would be the song Out There from The Hunchback of Notre Dame, because I've always related to Quasimodo more than any other Disney character. Like that dude is my soulmate because I've been through all the shit he's been through, essentially, you know? Like that's almost the story of my life. But it would definitely be the song Out There. I feel like that would be the one. That would be my audition song. So yeah, but after so in high school, I did finally start being like, you know what, fuck this STEM shit. And I actually, because I was in the advanced math and science track, like I was taking physics in junior year, I didn't need to take a math, I ended up not doing too well in pre-calc, but it was kind of because that was the first time I'd ever needed to try in a single class ever, and I just didn't have any study skills to speak of. So, but I was doing really well in physics, especially like the theoretical stuff. And but senior year, I did exactly the opposite. I said, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to do what I wanted to do. I didn't need to take a math or a science class. So, you know, we're just going to snooze this. I guess the pre-rolls will come back on, but fuck it. We can run a long ad later. I need to pee at some point soon, and we can do that then. But yeah. So I joined the musicals. I auditioned for the Sound of Music, and I got a part as in the ensemble. I was a dancer during the party scene. You know, where the kids do the Avita saying goodbye, adieu song. I was one of the guests at the party. Baron von Elberfield or something like that. I had a voice line where I like come up and I like complimented the Von Trapps on how well put together their children are. I was also a Nazi. I had a voice line where I shouted from off the side of the stage, like, "There they are, get them," or something like that. And I also helped in the background with some of the other plays. I remember, I think Rumors was one of the ones that I did tech for. And then I took a basic video class, a basic video production class, and that was like real cameras, like the ones they use in the new studios, that it's like, we're talking 5-figure, like easily 4-figure, sometimes 5-figure cameras, you know? I took a cooking class, and I took choir. That was the first time in years that I'd done choir, but it was also the first time I had like a legitimate choir where I finally actually really started learning how to sing. And that's the first time that I realized like I hadn't known how to sing for my entire life. And then I went into college at a liberal arts school. I did go into Air Force ROTC, but I only spent one semester there because like there were two things. One, I was sick of being told what to do by people. Like my parents, my entire life had just been the most extreme helicopter parents, and I just couldn't. I'm very aware of. I'm significantly more on the spectrum than people realize, because around fourth grade, I reverse engineered social interactions. Basically, the way to put it. I didn't understand why people were so dumb and selfish, because like that point I didn't even know like what being gifted or anything of that meant. It's like I was like, why is 90% of the world stupid as fuck? And it's like, oh well, they're not actually stupid as fuck, they're just the scale, you know, and we'll put it that way. Compared to where I was, they just couldn't comprehend or think the way I could, and I didn't realize that back then. So I would get frustrated by how dumb people were, and I didn't understand all these made-up social interactions. Like why do people put on airs? Why do they need to lie constantly? And even when they aren't lying, why can't they just simply tell the truth? Why do they have to dance around it and stuff like that? I was always very direct and ironically simple, considering how complex my brain is. But so eventually around like fourth grade, I started to reverse engineer social interaction and try and actually learn how to not be autistic, basically. And then fifth grade, as I got better at it and learned to start talking to people, that's when they started to realize just how smart I was, and they started to really pick on me for it. There were dudes on the basketball team that would just like punch me in the stomach whenever the coach would turn his back. I always played a lot of sports too. Started with soccer. I played basketball, baseball, football, ultimate frisbee. I've got 2 metal screws in my ankle from football still. So, and it wasn't a trying to blend in thing. I just have that competitive streak. You know, I want to win. That's why Snow Ninja likes watching me play Supervive, I think. Because I'll get kind of tilted when my team's being dumb. Especially when they, like, don't listen to me. And I can explain exactly how we win. And they just don't listen. And then we die. And we die exactly the way I said we were going to die. And I rage quit the group. And then they try and sending me an invite to get me back in the group. And I'm just like, no, y'all didn't listen to me. But very competitive. But not in a negative way. In like I just want everyone to compete and have fun type of way. So, damn, I'm on such a weird tangent. But anyways, how much time is left before the thing happens again? We got 33 seconds. Yeah, no, we're gonna stop that ad again. I hate the ads on Twitch. I wish they didn't interfere with my content. Like, I get that they need to pay for the platform, all the bandwidth that is used and everything, but they have the most invasive ads of any platform. Just do like banner ads. Like, it shouldn't interfere with the content. Y'all should not need to pay to listen to me rant about shit. Like, that option should be available for those who want to, but I will always keep the option so that subs don't get abs. As long as that exists, don't get abs. Yeah, guys, if you sub to me, you're never gonna get abs, because it means you sit on your ass all goddamn lay on the computer instead of getting up and doing some crunches. No, kidding. Subs don't get ads, not abs. There's actually a toggle. I don't know if people who don't stream know this, but there's literally a toggle in your settings where you can make it so that even if people subscribe to you, they still see the ads, which means that you would get more ad revenue. I think Twitch Turbo gets around that. And by the way, if you don't want to see ads, I highly suggest you get Twitch Turbo over subbing to a channel if you watch more than one channel, because Twitch Turbo will prevent you from seeing ads on every channel, and it's like $15 a month, whereas each sub is $5 a month. So if you watch 3 channels or more, it's definitely a better economic decision to buy Twitch Turbo than to subscribe to a streamer. And then if you still want to subscribe to a streamer afterwards for like the emotes and stuff, which I definitely got to make new ones, then go do that. But absolutely always buy Twitch Turbo first before you subscribe to something. But yeah, so I don't remember where that whole tangent was going, but eventually in high school, once I started to get back into the music thing, I started to learn guitar. I never had a good voice teacher in high school though, and I didn't know why back then, but I actually had a boss a few years ago, like 3-4 years ago, 5 years ago, around there, I don't remember now. Post COVID, it was right after COVID, so it would have been 3 years ago. I was working as a line cook, and I was one of the best guys we had. Not because I'm a good cook per se, like I'm a solid cook, being a line cook and all that, but we had guys there that like went to school for it, right? But I was still one of the best guys we had there because I showed up on time. I did the work while I was working instead of taking 20 cigarette breaks, and I wasn't addicted to drugs. Like, I don't think you guys realize just how degenerate most kitchens are. So, but I ended up being the fry and grill guy. I can't do saute. Like, saute is my weakness. So I was always happy that there was someone else over there doing the saute dishes. But it would blow my mind how these people like went to school, culinary school, for like 2 to 4 years, and they couldn't temp a piece of meat right. Like, wouldn't this be like the first semester where you would learn how to cook a piece of meat to the right temperature? Because like, and we'll just call it a protein. because like you got like mushrooms and stuff too. It's like if you can't even cook the protein, which is the base, the core of the dish that you build everything else around, how the hell are you supposed to cook the whole dish? But also I always kept my cool because at that point I'd been a firefighter for 15 years, oh, nearly 15 years, so it didn't matter what happened in the kitchen. I was like, ah, well, I don't need to worry about this exploding like I do with a train car. So I don't know if you guys know what a blevy is. Boiling liquid expanding vapor explosion. It's what happened in Ohio with that big mushroom cloud that like contaminated everything. We have a train track that runs through the town where I used to be a firefighter, and it was surprisingly common for either a vehicle or a person to get hit on that train track, and it was always a concern for derailment, and derailment can lead to fires, and fires can lead to blevies, right? So I was like, someone would be like, bro, this got burnt. I'd be like, okay, fire another one. It's like nothing is exploding here. Chill out, dude. So I was pretty good at all that, but then we finally got a new head cook. There was not a head cook for the entire time, for like the first 2 or 3 months I was there, maybe. Meanwhile, in that time we went through like 7 dishwashers. It's way easier to find way easier to find a head cook than it is to find a dishwasher, actually, because like it's actually the easiest job in the entire kitchen, but it's like you have the lowest quality people most of the time going into that. Just old dudes that are so slow. There is literally like this many cups piled up. Like the waitresses don't even have cups to give people water and stuff, just because the dude takes 20 minutes to wash a single cup, and it's got a machine and everything, but like the dude would be there like scrubbing it with the scrubby. It's like, dude, just hit it with the soap, blast it off. If it's like, put it in the machine, and then if there's something stuck on it, run it, then you scrub it and run it through again. But it was like so hard to like, and then the few times we did have a good dishwasher, they would come in for a day and they'd quit. And they'd just never come back because it'd be like, what? It was like, oh man, it was just too much work. It was like, what did you think? You were just gonna like sit on a milk crate and smoke cigarettes all day? No, you're there to wash dishes, dude. You just wash dishes. You want to come over and play with knives and get like fucking hot ass oil thrown on you? But so what ended up happening is I'd always end up doing my line cook shift in the morning. I was like a lunch dude, and then I would often pull a double because the fucking dishwasher wouldn't show up. And then finally we get this new head cook, and things were kind of cool at first, but we started butting heads a little bit because he was actually retired Air Force, honorable discharge due to an injury, and pretty hardcore dude. It was one of those things where when you're a hardcore dude, you just instantly recognize other hardcore dudes. Like the moment I first saw him, I like looked him in the eye, I knew he was ex-military, because it's just like there's like a trigger that goes off in your brain. It's like, this man knows how to kill people. I don't know how to explain it to people that don't know it, but I'm sure 1 or 2 people in chat know the feeling. So it's just one of those things. You're like, oh yeah, this guy knows. And when you recognize that in someone else, they recognize it in you too, usually. So then there's always like there's like an awkwardness between the two of you, where you're like, all right, so like, what kind of a killer is he? And then eventually, like, we had a conversation. It was like, oh yeah, I was like, are you like ex-military? I was like, yeah, you're ex. I was like, no, I'm not, but like I was firefighter for 15 years, so it's like kind of similar. It's you're both in the shit. It's a different kind of shit, but once you've been in the shit, there's like a connection. Um, so at that point, it was things got better for a little while, but then they actually got worse. But it like was low key worse because we would just frustrate the hell out of each other. What happened is he was this really talented chef from California. He used to do like bar rescue type stuff. And oh shit, I'm out of snoozes. It literally won't let me snooze the ads anymore. They're gonna force the ads to interrupt my story. I still need to pee. But basically what happened is he would come in and he would tell me like, hey, you're doing this wrong. Do it like this. And I'd be like, okay. And I'd do it like that. And then it would come out wrong. And he couldn't figure out why. So he said he spent a couple days just not giving me instructions besides go do this. Because he found if I just told me to do it, it would come out right. But if he like stopped me halfway and fixed it, it would come out wrong. And he couldn't figure out why. And I'll tell you why after a break, after a message from our sponsors. I need to pee. I don't know when the ad's gonna start. Sometimes it takes like 2 or 3 minutes for it to actually start, but it just says ad starting soon, and I need to pee. I'll be right back. Because I can't pause it anymore. Alright. It looks like the ad break is over. That was perfect timing. So, I mean, like, really inconvenient timing for the ad itself, but perfect timing for coming back in. I don't need this on anymore. Not reading the light. I'm not reading the Play-Doh. Oh, so basically, part of my slippers are falling apart. Like the plastic part, it's shredding. I need to get. I have new ones, but anyway. So what happened is he would come in and he would watch me. He said he spent like 3 days just watching me because he noticed that if he gave me a task and told me to do it, it would come out perfectly fine. But if he like stopped me midway doing something and fixed it, it would come out wrong. And he couldn't figure out why. Because this was like this brilliant chef. He was so into food that he literally had Brussels sprouts tattooed on his arm. I learned more from this guy in the kitchen in the few months that I worked with him than I did for like the entire rest of my life, taking like gourmet cooking classes in high school and middle school and stuff like that, and doing like Boy Scout merit badge stuff like that. More from 3 months than I did in like the previous 25 years of my life or whatever. So but he couldn't figure out why like he was having trouble instructing me with certain things, and eventually he's just spent a couple days watching me. It was like after he figured it out, and then after he figured it out, we didn't have any more problems really, except for there was like he had some demons he was fighting, so to speak, and a couple times he I'm not someone that it's a good person to unleash your demons on, to say the least. And his demons do that, so they would never target me. But there were like one or two times where he kind of went off on someone else, and we sat down. Oh, we didn't even. There was once we sat down and had a conversation just about something else. I don't even remember what it was. It was not like really directly related to his demons, but it was like a small bit related to his demons, mixed with a little bit of my I hate people telling me what to do. But the one particular moment I'm thinking of, he went off on our prep cook and made her cry for like really no good particular reason. And it was just one of those things where I like walked up to him. He was in the produce freezer, oh, produce refrigerator, and I didn't even say anything. Like he already felt bad about it. I could tell. He just looked at me. He was like, "Hey man, can you finish getting these berries or whatever? I need to go apologize to her." Like, yeah, dude, I got it. So at that point, we were like on the same level. And when he left, there was a cookout that one of his proteges had. Bunch like only the cool people from the restaurant showed up. The cool bartender, cool waitress, and a couple of the cool other people there, like the cooks and stuff. And we hung out, had some beer, smoked some ganja. He couldn't drink because of his injuries, but we were all chilled out, relaxing, and eventually we had a conversation where he like admitted to me that when he started there, I was like the most frustrating employee he'd ever had. And but like we had a conversation with each other that you can't have as like a boss employee situation, because there's a certain level of separation that needs to happen, especially for two people who both grew up in the chain of command. You know, even though I didn't stay with the Air Force, I did do almost 15 years as a firefighter, so it's still very much chain of command in that whole thing. So it's just like someone tells you to do something, you don't question it unless there's a specific reason why, and there's very careful how you need to approach that question. But without the boss employee dynamic, we were able to kind of clear the air. And he was like, "Bro, you learn everything backward." And I was like, "Oh." And that was like one of the biggest epiphany moments for me, because it like literally took till I was like 29 or hell 30, I guess, 30, 31 before I actually figured out how I was able to like learn. And then from that point I was able to start applying myself better to other things, primarily because this guy and I used to butt heads. So the reason this all folds back into the singing is because I never actually had a good singing teacher until I was in college. And even when I did, I struggled to learn from them because they just didn't know how to teach me. So I actually was a musical theater major. Well, not just a theater arts major with a focus in music for a while. So I can sing virtually any single genre. And like, if I have, I can hear a song and sing it back usually. If I have 2 weeks to work on a song, I can get really good with it. It doesn't matter whether it's like Johnny Cash or Christina Aguilera or Journey. If I put my mind to it, I can do it. Especially now that I know how I learn. Yo, what's up, MC Pinks? How's it going? I am just rambling about the most random things. How are you doing right now? But yeah, so eventually, I actually ended up leaving the theater department in college for two reasons. One, I realized that basically they were incompetent. It was a bunch of washed up never has-beens who kind of just like told you to do things because that's what they'd been told to do, even though like it had obviously never worked for them because none of them really managed to make it in the theater vein. I don't believe this about everyone, but they were, besides so the music teachers were great. The vocal teachers, all three of them at the college that I worked with, absolutely amazing. Guitar teacher, best, probably the best teacher I've ever had in my life. He was like the one dude that just knew how to teach me inherently. Like there was no struggle or anything. He was like, yeah, just do this, man. I was like, cool. But the theater department, there was only one person that I was really chill, and it was the staff member. And the faculty, it's really funny. There might have been more staff, but there was one staff member that was like basically faculty, but was never really allowed to be faculty because of like department drama. Basically, there were 4 shows per year, 1 per semester. I mean, we did 2 semesters there, so it was 2 per semester. Generally 2 straight shows and 2 musicals, and each one of the faculty would take 1 show, and then one of them would take a second show per year. Instead of letting the one guy who was staff do the 4th show. And the greatest irony of it was that none of the faculty had any real directing experience. But the guy who was staff had some directing experience, I think with community theater and several other things. But all they ever let him do was tech. He was really good at tech. He taught the theater history class. He taught the he taught the lighting class. He taught the sound class. He taught the set design class. And I feel like the whole reason they didn't let him direct is because they knew if he ever directed a show, it would be the best show of the year, and he would make all of them look foolish. So instead of that, they each took 1 show, and then one of them got to do an extra show per year. And eventually, I just got sick of that place because is this a rerun? No, I just ramble a lot. It takes me a minute to catch up to chat sometimes. I never do reruns. If I ever do a rerun, it will be like posted in the title. I'm very, very open with stuff. I don't try to hide any of that. Any sponsorships or anything like that will be declared, so you don't need to worry about that, MC Pinks. But I ended up leaving, and the primary reason was because there was like drama with a guy that had already graduated. So this was my sophomore year. He was 2 years ahead of me. He had graduated the previous year during my freshman year as a theater major. He was the lead guy, and he got all the roles. He was pretty good, but he wasn't necessarily the best. And he was good enough to go places, maybe not to make waves, but definitely to go places. And it was funny because as far as I'm aware, the most prestigious thing that any of this faculty had ever done was one of them used to be an entertainer on a cruise ship. And while that does sound like a fun job for a while, it's actually like kind of rough, and it's in some ways, especially for an actor, very much an entry level position, and they just never excelled beyond that. Now, musicians is a little bit different. Sometimes it depends on the musician. One sec. I've been talking for a while. I need to lubricate the tubes. So basically, what happened is this guy graduated, and he could have went places, but he decided to stick around. And I don't know if he got a regular job. I don't think he did, and I think that ended up being one of the big drama things. Was this guy graduated and he stuck around, and I don't blame him for sticking around in the town because his girlfriend was a year younger than him and also in the theater department and still going to the college. So like if I had a girlfriend, like I would have stuck around too. Well, I don't know. I feel like it depends on the relationship, because like part of me would have also wanted to like go and start building an empire for like her to come join me when she was done. So I don't know if I would have stuck around, but back then I like thought I would. But suffice it to say, I understand why he did, and I don't hold anything against him for doing that. But what ended up happening was this guy, even though he was graduated, they started bringing him in still to do shows for the theater department. And what was worse is they were paying him. I think at least that's what I heard. I don't know if this is true, but they were paying this guy to come in and do shows, and he was getting lead roles in what is supposed to be a teaching and learning theater. It's supposed to be students doing these things, and I would have even been all right with him getting paid to do it if he were like an extra in the ensemble. And honestly, that would have been great, because then he could have been like a mentor and stuff. But what ended up happening was there was another guy who was, I think, a year ahead of me, who was basically the lead guy once he left. And this guy and that guy had always kind of been competitors. Didn't really, I think they were friends, but like didn't also really get along sometimes. You know how guys can be like that. And or maybe they just hated each other and smiled and pretended to get along sometimes, because theater departments and drama and all that stuff, there's always drama in the drama department. But then what ended up happening was it happened over two shows specifically. Putnam County Spelling Bee, which was like kind of a weird show, but okay, it's a musical and it's literally just a spelling bee. I get why it's entertaining, but it's like not the type of show I would ever go to or enjoy. And the other one was Dracula, right? So which is Bram Stoker's Dracula, one of the greatest great plays of all time. I had 3 parts in Dracula as an extra, and I died in all 3 of them. I forget what the third one was, but the first part was I was the asylum attendant that got his neck snapped by Renfield when Renfield escapes. I think Renfield was his name. I was definitely dealing with depression and stuff back then, so I used to heavily self-medicate, destroyed a lot of brain cells in college. But there was a big thing where also I was the captain of the ship that like Dracula used to get into town or whatever, and I died on that ship too. And then I think, I'm not certain about this, but I think the third one was like after Dracula attempts to change his muse, she killed me or whatever. But I do remember that like my claim to fame in that play was that I died 3 times in one play. But what the drama with that play was, they cast the guy who had already graduated as Dracula. And that ended up causing the guy who was a year ahead of me, who was supposed to be like the new male lead, at least in the theater department, to leave the theater department entirely halfway through the semester. And what ended up causing me to leave is that, so especially in the when you're doing a theater like that, where you always have uptime, it's like you go from one show right into the next one. You are actually casting and starting to prepare the next show while you're about ready to put the other show on stage, right? So they were casting Dracula a couple weeks, maybe even a week before we opened Putnam County Spelling Bee. Putnam County Spelling Bee was first. And when they cast, I'm not going to say names, but when they cast the older guy as Dracula, the younger guy left Putnam County Spelling Bee, and he was the lead in that show. Because of things that happen in the theater department, there's almost always, or not even the theater department, just in theater in general, in the industry, there's almost always an understudy. And the purpose of the understudy is to study the songs at the very least and know a lot of the lines, if not all of them, so that if anything happens to one of the lead roles, you don't need to cancel the show or cancel the run. You have someone who can sub in there and do the job. And the show must go on, as they say. If someone gets hurt, if someone rage quits, the show must go on. And I was actually the understudy for the lead role in Putnam County Spelling Bee. And while I was annoyed to see the other guy go, because he was like one of the few dudes in the drama department that I was totally chill with, because he like generally wasn't about the drama. He was also like a musician too, played guitar, and he was like just I think he was the only other straight guy in the entire department. There was no, there's another guy that I'm pretty sure is still straight. But there were other straight guys, but most of them ended up coming out either as gay or pan or something like that. So, but you could just tell back then, even if they didn't know or didn't want to admit it. But so he and I were pretty chill, and I was sad to see him go, but at the same time I was excited a little bit, because I was like, all right, well, now's my opportunity to really prove myself. They'd never really given me a chance. Like I remember one time the head of the department brought me into his office and said that I'll only ever be a waiter in the background or something like that. Like he said that I was only going to be an extra in shows for the entire rest of my life. That was all I was capable of doing. That was like in the most insulting possible way he could say it. And I was like, well, now's my chance to prove him wrong, right? Because I was the understudy. I knew all the songs. I didn't necessarily know all the words, because I was also the assistant stage manager. So it was my job to make sure all the actors were where they needed to be at times. I ran the entire fly system, so all the set pieces that went up and down, they went out. I made sure that like people didn't miss light cues or sound cues. I had everything written down in my book, and so I was like, all right, well, all I got to do is learn the speaking scenes, and there weren't like any speaking scenes in that show. Really, it's like one of those musicals where it's like there's like 2 or 3 lines, and then they go into another song, and then it's a scene change, and then there's a couple lines, and then another song. So I knew the songs. I was ready to go step into the position, and to do some like really petty bullshit when the younger guy left because they gave Dracula the part to the older guy instead of just me having me step into the position that I'd been training for. They had the older guy come in and be the lead for Putnam County Spelling Bee 2. And now I've always been the type of person that back then it was to the point that I was basically a doormat, and I would almost let anyone walk on me. But also on the same time, I'm the type of person that when I say something, I'm gonna do it. I do it. So I had already made a commitment to that show to be the assistant stage manager, and to actually, no, I was thinking of a different thing. I was gonna say I had a thing I had a part 2, but no, that didn't make any sense. There was a different show that I had a part in that I ran flies, but I wasn't. I helped run the fly system, but I wasn't a stage manager. I would just do it when I was not singing a song. But what ended up happening was they brought that other older guy in to replace the younger guy as just the most pettiest, ridiculous, cruel bullshit. So after that semester, I just left the theater department. And that wasn't a problem for me because I'd actually been a dual major. I was a poli science major with a focus on constitutional law. My plan was to, my backup plan basically was if I couldn't make it in music and theater, I was going to go be a Supreme Court judge. Right? My backup plan was to be a Supreme Court judge. So that's like a lot of people's pipe dream. But that was my backup plan. It didn't end up happening because basically I dated in college, which is the worst thing you can possibly do, in my opinion. Like, if you're going to college, you shouldn't date. Unless it's like you went there, you were dating before college, then it's different. But I started dating a girl this summer, before the summer of my junior year, before of my senior year. We did it between junior and senior year, and we ended up breaking up during the middle of the summer because I had to go back to college for work. So I used to work with a program called Upward Bound, which, excuse me, if you're not familiar with it, basically what happens is they take the young first generation college students, people that didn't have an opportunity to like learn from a parent or a sibling who went before them, and teach them how to like have good study skills, financial aid planning, time management, all these things that you need to be successful in college that are really hard to learn if you come from a low-income family that's never had those experiences. And they're in this program throughout all of high school. And then to graduate the program, either during their junior, senior, or maybe the sophomore. Yeah, I think it's the sophomore or junior year. They need to, during the summer, come to the college and stay there for 6 weeks. And they would take high school level courses, and it was far more structured than you would actually experience in college, but a lot less structured than high school. Like, it was their responsibility to get themselves to their classes on time and stuff. Like, we would lead them as a group and stuff, but at the same time, like we never let any of the kids go anywhere without supervision. but we also weren't constantly checking on them and keeping up on them like would happen in high school and stuff. They had a lot more leeway. And I was there for 2 years as the performing arts tutor counselor. So there were 5 people, 5 tutor counselors. We each had a team of 10 students. So it was approximately 50 students. We usually lost a couple during the summer. And each one of us had a specialty. Like there was a math specialist, writing specialist, so on. And I was the performing arts specialist. I would help with music and theater and all that stuff. And the second year, I actually ended up taking over teaching the theater course because the theater teacher had a personal life emergency, had to leave. So, but the second year, I was also dating this girl, and she ended up breaking up with me after. So this is the craziest thing. I took a bus ride back because this was a summer program. I only got 1 day off basically because we had to be back Sunday night, and we couldn't leave until like late Friday, until after all the students had. So I spent I got a bus like ridiculously late at night. I don't remember what time it was. It was a 7-hour bus ride. I had to go across the state Friday night. I got into town. I think I mostly slept on the bus. I don't even remember. But it was my girlfriend was 19 at the time, and she was graduating high school. So I went back into town, and we met through the fire department, both firefighters. I found out later that she had a thing for, I think I was 21, 22, I don't remember. It would have been 21 because it was the summer of 2012. And she was graduating high school, so I went back into town for her graduation and went to her graduation, went to her party, and at the party, she had this other dude there. And I had like bought her this real nice bracelet and stuff. Like I had a little bit of money back then because I was working there over the summer, and even though they didn't pay me a lot, since we stayed there for 6 days of the, and we could stay there over the weekend for free if we wanted to, but on the weekends we needed to do food for ourselves. But we stayed there for 6 days of the week, and all of our food was like supplied for us in the school cafeteria. So even though I wasn't making a lot of money, I wasn't spending any money either. So I got her this real nice like bracelet. It was one of those Pandora bracelets that you could do like the changing class or whatever. I don't know if it was a Pandora brand, but it was that type, and they weren't cheap. I was running cross country time. I gave her a hoodie with my name on it, and it was an official. It was like basically my official cross country hoodie, and then she had this other dude at the graduation party, and I could just tell something was up. And she was like, oh, you don't need to worry about him. He's just my best friend. And well, let's just say he turned out to be far more than that. 2 days later, after I spent 14 hours of like my 24 hours off on this bus just to go see her for her graduation, she texted me to break up with me. It was actually during a hurricane that somehow made it all the way inland to PA. It was no longer a hurricane at that point. It was a tropical storm. But the area where we were at was alongside a river. So we were worried about flooding and stuff. And we actually lost track of, I think, 2 or 3 of the students during the hurricane while my ex-girlfriend was breaking up with me. And then the new guy that she was with started texting me. That was all like the worst day of my life, the most insane day. Like everything was just falling down on my head at the same day. Thankfully, we found the students. They were in a computer lab in the basement, totally safe. They hadn't had permission to go there, but they went there anyways. But we found them, they were safe. But I just wasn't really able to recover from that. I did go and stick out the rest of the semester. Like, that was during the summer. I went and I did my senior year in college, but I didn't manage to, I didn't fail any classes in my major. I did fail like 1 or 2 gen eds that didn't matter, because they were just like, not gen eds, they were elective classes. But I didn't get a high enough grade in the statistics class because everything you think you know about the American political system is a lie. They know how you're going to vote before you do. And it's almost all boils down to numbers again. And I passed the statistics portion of the poli-sci class, but I didn't get high enough as was required for the major, and I also never submitted my thesis paper. So I didn't manage to graduate. I only had 4 years of financial aid, and I wasn't able to get an extension. So basically, I didn't end up getting my degree. And because of that, I never went on to go to law school. I don't think I would have ended up going into law school even if I had gotten my degree, because at that point, I was kind of just over school. But I ended up just going into the workforce, stopped performing entirely until just recently. And I've been trying to get good at it again. Normally, Mondays are supposed to be for music, but it's been a really, really rough 2 weeks. So we didn't do Music Monday today. We did the song for Rose because Rose was struggling with some things, and you know, it's never an option. Like, I know it seems like an option, but it's just not one. Don't ever do that to yourself. As someone who tried to take myself out of this world when I was like 12 or 13, I can promise you nothing good will ever come of it. It may seem easier for you, but it's really just incredibly selfish and harmful to everyone you love. You know, since we're already kind of screwed on the copyrighted music this stream. I normally don't do copyrighted music, but we just did one. There's another one that I really like. I don't really know the words to this one, but what? I think it's Sorry. Yeah. Is this? Yeah, that's long. I just want the song itself. Let's do, so it's called I'm Sorry. We'll do lyrics so you guys can see it. I don't really know the words to this one, so we're just gonna chill. But guys, it's never an option. Please, if you feel like you need to reach out and talk to someone, like if I'm streaming, you're always welcome. Come here, talk about it. If you ever want, we have a section in the Discord. I believe it's called Streaming into the Void or something like that. First of all, let's make sure the link still cool. Yeah, the link does still work. What's the channel called? Channel is called Yeah, shouting into the void. I should probably put like a title or something. I don't know how to do that. Where it is. I found it out. Let me just start the song. Then we can do this. It's just don't ever feel like that's your only option. Not an option. Why is this not working? Yes, I understand. I wish to proceed. That's what we're talking about right now. This song's so deep. I love Joiner.
Go ahead and call me a coward, say that I'm not strong because I'm not like you. Go ahead and call me crazy because I live in a maze. Tell me, how about you? I think I live in my head. Sometimes I think that I'm dead. I hide behind my youth. No, I've been losing my mind and I'm a little behind. Step aside my shoes. Cause I never been happy with myself. And I don't need no one feeling bad for me. Trying to offer me pity and throw jabs at me. Wanna give me advice and then laugh at me behind closed doors. Just close the door and let me be by myself. Just me and myself. I'm tired of living, I cry. I hear it's easy to die. I wanna see for myself. And I know that sounds crazy to everyone else, but I'm depressed as fuck, stressed as fuck. Ain't no medicine that can cure what's intense as drugs. I need extra love, and that ain't even enough. So that ain't even enough. And where the fuck is God? Damn, maybe I ain't believing enough. But today we gonna see if he's real. And if he is, then I guess I'm probably going to hell. Look, I ain't wanna die like this. I ain't picture my life like this. They don't know what it's like this. Pretending I'm happy so I can smile like this and laugh like you. Sometimes I wonder if I ever act like you. Could I finally fit in and maybe relax like, ooh? Or would you feel lost without me? Cause honestly, I think the world is better off without me. And my mind spinning. This is the line finish. Truth is, I don't care how they feel about my feelings. I made up my mind. I'm going out like Robin Williams. I guess I'm not the ordinary people of John Legend. And I've been suicidal since the day I was 9. Shit. Okay, the day I was 9, I've been tired of being bullied, couldn't stay out the fire. Grandma told me I should take it one day at a time, and damn it, look at me now. Fuck.
Alright, I fixed the title for Shouting Into the Void. Anyone of you need to talk, please join the Discord channel. And feel free to post anything you want in the Shouting Into the Void channel. Make sure you tell my family it's okay. I'm sorry that it's too late. I'm sorry so much weighing on me. I don't wanna live to see another day. I'm sorry but I can't stay. I'm sorry so much weighing on me. Make sure you tell my family it's okay. I'm sorry but it's too late. I'm sorry so much weighing on me. I don't wanna live to see another day. I'm sorry but I can't stay. I'm sorry so much weighing on me. I wasn't planning to sing this one, but I guess I am. I don't really know the verses. I suppose I could try. Nah, I don't want to do it. This song in particular. Joiner drops a lot of N-bombs, and I don't want anything accidental to happen. Especially because he spits so fast. Like, I don't want to... It, like, goes on autopilot sometimes, you know?
I hope you hear me, goddammit, because I got so much shit that I want to say to you. I used to shine, now I'm all in the dark. I remember I used to tell you to follow your heart, but goddammit, look at you now. It's all in your fault. How could you? Maybe it's my fault. I should have paid more attention to what you've been doing. Maybe I should have been more of an influence.
Besides, my voice needs a bit of a rest. I've been ranting for a bit, and then I was talking deep about shit.
A part of me feel like you weak and I'm mad at you. And I don't mean to be insensitive, but I don't understand how we couldn't prevent this shit. You took the easy way out. God damn it, you did. I mean, look what you did. I'm so fucking upset. How could you be so selfish? Nigga. How could you be so selfish? Now you're gone, you done left me so helpless. I wonder what God thinks. I hope you in God's place behaving yourself. Yo, what the fuck you gotta say for yourself? Look, I really feel lost without you. I hate the fact you think the world is better off without you, and my mind's spinning. This is the line finish. Truth is, I don't care how you feel about my feelings, and I'd be lying to you if I told you I'm fine. Listen, I know that you can hear me. All I need is like 5 minutes. I just want to reach inside the casket and pull you out. I'm sorry, this is something that we both couldn't figure out. I wish I could hear you now. Is your soul missing? I wonder if you could do it again. Would you do it different? Tell me what death is like. Was it meant for you, Brody? Did the heavens support it? Are you fucking happy now? Did you get what you wanted? Isn't this what you wanted? I feel the temperature falling, and you've been suicidal back then. You were not. Yeah, even back then you was not. We was living on the edge, couldn't stay out the fire. Grandma told us we should take it one day at a time, and damn it, look at you now. Shit. But it's a new day, and if you can't hear me, then it's probably too late. Fuck!
Make sure you tell my family it's okay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. I'm sorry. So much weighing on me. I don't wanna live to see another day. I'm sorry, but I can't stay. I'm sorry. So much weighing on me. Make sure you tell my family it's okay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. I'm sorry. So much weighing on me. I don't wanna live to see another day. I'm sorry, but I can't stay. I'm sorry. So much weighing on me. Make sure you tell my family it's okay. I'm sorry. It's too late. I'm sorry. So much weighing on me. I don't wanna live to see another day. I'm sorry, but I can't stay. I'm sorry. So much weighing on me. Make sure you tell my family it's okay. I'm sorry, but it's too late. I'm sorry. So much weighing on me. I don't wanna live to see another day. I'm sorry, I can't stay. I'm sorry. So much weighing on me. I really need to practice a lot to get back to where I used to be. All I can think about is like how much my singing kind of sucks right now. I appreciate the positive things you guys said about it, but understand that I was a theater major, you know, theater arts major. Like I used to be a great singer, and now I'm just a good singer, and it's like, there's so many little things that I just know I'm doing wrong, and I'm like, man, it'd be so much better if I didn't do that. So that's kind of what the whole purpose of like doing the Music Mondays was originally, but I just had 2 really shitty weeks, so I didn't even feel. It takes a lot of energy to do it, and honestly, I hate that I can't stand up. Like no matter the setup just isn't right for it. The boom arm won't go high enough, and that's because we don't have the real desk set up here yet, and that's because we haven't finished remodeling of the studio here yet, and that's because I was like kind of made some promises when I agreed to move in here that like the materials would be provided for me, but it's been a real hassle to get people to live up to their promises. I should have known better because they've never really kept their promises before, so why would they keep their promises now? But it's like I always try to see the best in everyone. Gave them one last chance and they kind of just threw me under the bus again, you know? But trying to make the best of it, so I just do what I can here. I have 2 temporary fold-out tables I use to get these little streams going. I got like a lot of work done at first here, but then it really kind of started to drain me, and for like I spent like probably a month and a half just really big deep depression. Not where I was like in any kind of danger, thing like that. It's weird once you've been on the other side of it as long as I have. Like you reach a point in your life, maybe not everyone, but at least I did, where like You know, I started being depressed at like 10 or 11 years old, just because with with my levels of intelligence, I was able to see the way the world worked a lot faster than most people, even on just the micro level with classes. All the kids picking on me, and then my parents having these insane, ridiculous uh, expectations of me. Eventually, you reach a point where you've been in that state for so long that you're like, well, what's the point of even doing that anymore? And on top of that, there were several years ago that I went to a therapist. It took me a very, very long time to find a therapist I can relate. By the way, everyone who like comes and hangs out here, especially on Sundays, which is our mental health and philosophy chat, where we specifically sit down and talk about all this kind of stuff or whatever you want to talk with. Always, always, always seek help from a real mental health professional. I can talk about my experiences and listen to yours and like maybe tell you how I got through, compare certain situations or talk about some deep philosophy and stuff, but I don't have any kind of degree to speak of to begin with, but definitely not any degree or certification as far as being a therapist or and definitely no psychologist, psychiatrist. Sometimes medication can help, but also this parasocial relationship where it's just like me talking to you through a camera and responding to what I see in chat. It can somewhat be a placebo effect. And don't get me wrong, placebo effects are very effective. They've actually done studies which show that placebo effects can have a more significant increase on a an Olympic athlete's performance than actual doping will. So placebo effects are very powerful and can be used properly. But at the same time, this parasocial relationship is very much different than actually sitting down and spending 30 minutes or an hour with someone who has all of this medical knowledge and their single goal is to help you get better, right? It's my single goal too, but it's on a different level. We're just never quite be able to form that same level of connection that they will. And of course, we've got more ads, and I noticed too late, so I can't pause it because it says ad starting soon, and the pause button's going. But basically, what I'm getting at here is, please, if at any point you are feeling suicidal or you just feel like you can't get over a hump in your life, if there's a glass ceiling you can't break through, please find someone to talk to. It might be someone you know personally, like in your life, a sibling, a parent, close friend. But if you don't have one of those, or if for some reason that you can't feel like can't, you don't feel like you can speak to them about whatever's bothering you, then seek out a professional. I would suggest you be careful with websites like BetterHelp because, well, that place has been exposed for being pretty predatory and toxic. But go, if you have medical insurance, go to, or even a personal care physician that knows you, even if you don't have medical, go to your PCP and talk to them, and they can refer you to a medical professional. not only are they going to be able to potentially diagnose you and give you a more concrete path forward than like us commiserating here can, but they can also prescribe medications or even take like other things into consideration that we just can't do on Twitch here. So as much as I love helping all of you like this, and you're always welcome to come in here and chat and post in the Discord, the shouting into the void section, any issues or concerns you might have, just keep in mind that it might not be enough. And an important thing to keep in mind as well when you're seeking out one of those mental health professionals is it might take a few tries, right? Again, I used to struggle with actual serious depression all the way back till I was like 10 or 11, so, and I got to be unbearable around the age of 13. And then in college I dealt with it better until the whole breakup stuff. But for many years I tried like different counselors and therapists and stuff, and honestly one I spoke to in college was one of the dumbest people ever. It felt like just a massive waste of time, where it literally felt like she had no idea what she was talking about. She was like, just as a matter of fact, not even being like condescending or anything like that. It was just like too dumb to have a conversation. Like she couldn't even, I don't even know why, but it was just like, it, to put it all into perspective, it felt like she was just reading off questions to me that a textbook told her to ask without even understanding why she was supposed to ask those questions, or like what was supposed to get out of them. It felt like I was talking to a robot, right? Except for she was a human being that was just like, I can understand why that would help some people, because a lot of people need to talk, but what I needed was guidance. Or not, maybe not even guidance, but actually like somewhat, but even more than that, I needed someone who could understand, could commiserate, be a shoulder to lean on. And I didn't find that until many years later when I was in the workforce. I was like really struggling again. I hit like the glass ceiling feeling, because I bought into the lie that if you're a good person and if you work hard all your life, you will be successful. And I was in the workforce for 15 years, every day, you know? Because I started working when I was 15, even before I was legally allowed to, because I don't think you can work, at least at the time. I think they expanded it a little bit. Legally weren't allowed to have a job until you were 16 years old. But I was never given an allowance or anything like that. So if I wanted anything, I had to go out and get the money myself. When I was younger, I used to mow lawns and stuff. And then at the age of 15, I got it was 15 going into 16. So I started when I was 15, but I became 16 during the job. I used to umpire softball games for girls under 10 and 12, I think it was. I may have done U14 too, but like as you go up, the rules change. So I like went up to wherever the rules changed for the basic level. And I started when I was like 15 years old, primarily because my birthday's in October, and the season started before I turned 16. So the guy was like, obviously it's like way past it now. So technically I can't hire you till you're 16, but like the season starts now and we're short on umpires. So keep it on the down low and just don't get me in trouble. I was like, okay, I just need the money, dude. I got paid $30 a game, and the games were limited to a max of 2 hours. So worst case scenario, I got paid $15 an hour to umpire those softball games. It was all under the table. And like technically you're supposed to declare it on your taxes, but I never did back then. My first real job was Tier 1 imports. And that actually wasn't too bad, except for looking back now, the boss was creepy, weird as fuck. I was hired as seasonal employee for the holidays, and then once the holiday was over, they told us if we worked like really hard, those of us that did well would potentially be kept on as full-time employees. So I did like, I've always gone 110%, and I worked my ass off, and well, what ended up happening was I wasn't kept on, but for some reason all the young women, and we're just gonna leave it at that. Then meanwhile, I went into maintenance. There was a local apartment complex that I actually knew the boss there because, like, through softball. I used to help my dad coach my sister's softball team. I was basically the assistant coach. And so the guy's daughter was on my sister's softball team, so I knew them from the softball games, and I got a job being a maintenance man there around 17 or so, 18. I did take one summer off in college, I think, where I worked for the Borough Public Works instead, but that was, I did not like that at all. That was all kinds of bullshit, and I'm not even going to go into why. I just don't want to say negative things about anyone there, but let's just say there are many, many reasons that I only did one summer at that job. After that, I went back to working at the maintenance complex, and even when I wasn't working there full time, I pretty much never stopped working there, because I would come back during the winter for like winter break, and I would help them shovel snow and stuff like that. So I worked at that place for 7 to 8 years. And then after that, I went and I got a job I was hired as a delivery driver for a bakery. But by the time I left, I was a delivery driver and mini donut maker, and I was working front of house, and I was also the IT guy, and I was also chauffeuring the owner's mom, and I was still making the same base wage as when they hired me, which was less than I got paid as a maintenance guy, and that job was insanely more stressful. I would show up at like 4 a.m. and not go home until like 4 p.m. sometimes. That was actually the job that I think I started really smoking cigarettes at, because it was just my biggest like most stressful job ever. And after I left that job, I went to go be a custodian at a church that was also a preschool. And in some ways, besides this, that was the best job I ever had. The Upward Bound was kind of like, as far as how rewarding it felt to me, it was the best job I ever had. There was like a lot of bullshit in the education system, especially the higher education system, that I really don't want to go into. A lot of lies stuff, and even though the Upward Bound program was somewhat separated from that, it wasn't immune to it. It was still beholden to it. And the big thing was I had a lot of problems with the boss the first year, and I told them I wasn't coming back because I couldn't work under her. And they said, that's fine, she's like kind of a problem, she's not coming back anyways. Like, okay, fine, I'll be back. Then she was in charge of the program again. That's why I ended up leaving. Also, when I didn't manage to get my degree, I didn't feel like I could be a good role model for the children, and be like, hey, like, I kind of dropped out, but you guys, you'll be fine. You know, that was like, there's no way. That's not going to work. So, but after the bakery, I ended up being a custodian at this preschool and church. And that was just by itself, basically, again, outside of this, the best job I ever had, because I didn't have to like talk with people or interact with anyone. 90% of the time, I could just put my headphones in. I would go in at, like, I've always been a night owl, if you can't tell from the fact that it's 2:30 and I'm still just screaming like a goblin. I would go in at like 2 to 4 in the morning. I would clean the entire place, do everything I could, best I could with the limited resources they gave me, which, to be fair, is a lot better than most places. Like, they got me a nice vacuum cleaner to help me out, but it was very, very much like iron grip, so too many things slip through the fingers type situations, where the biggest issue was that I had a hard limit of 15 hours per week. And at that point, I was starting to try and get back into creative pursuits, you know? So I was actually fine with that. I had a little bit of money in the bank from the bakery, because even though they paid me jack shit there, I worked an insane amount of hours. So I'd managed to save up a little bit, and I was like, that's fine. I can do, and they paid me way more than the bakery did. I think at the bakery I was making like $9.30, and at the custodian job I was making $15 an hour. So I was able to survive on that for a while, then savings, and I was trying to work that out. But then I ended up having to quit that job because they kept making more and more demands, but refusing to give me the hours I needed to complete it. And the big straw that broke the camel's back on that one was they needed me to replace the P-trap in a sink that I think it had been leaking, or I don't remember specifically why. They were just like, can you replace a P-trap? I was like, yeah. Or they just called it a drain or whatever. And because they didn't know jack shit about maintenance. The the guy that was in charge of me, he would come over and be like, so can you do this? I would be like, no, not really. I don't have the equipment for that. You're either gonna need to buy like or rent equipment or hire an outside company to do that. And he'd be like, well, what if you did it like this, this, and this? I'd be like, well, I might die. That would be insanely dangerous. He was the guy specifically. It was in a very rich part of town that helped me develop. I have these things that I call syndromes. They're not like official medical diagnoses or anything like that. It's just like syndrome in quotes. And he was the guy that helped me to fully define the silver spoon syndrome, where I was like, yo, this guy has never held a broom in his fucking life. And if he did, he probably didn't know which end to use. So he would just ask me to do like weird, insanely dangerous things, like use ladders in unsafe ways, stuff like that, because they didn't want to like hire someone else to come do it. They had a board of directors that was like the most penny pinching bullshit I've ever seen in my life. But other than that, the job was pretty chill because I would just come in when there was no one in the church or the preschool. I would go around, empty the garbage cans, clean up, and I'd have my headphones in the whole time, just constantly listening to music. Sometimes I liked being able to sing in the cathedral while I was like vacuuming it. The whole place had carpet, which was one of the most insane things why it took so long. Like probably 3/4 of the time I spent there was just vacuuming carpet, which is one of the reasons why I was like, look, you guys are going to need to get a better vacuum cleaner. The one you have just isn't cutting it. And I also just like the idea of knowing that like, people would come in and be able to worship, and also like the kids would come in and they'd have for the preschool, and they'd just have like a clean, healthy, beautiful place to do that in, you know. But the nail in the coffin ended up being 1 week where they were like, hey, can you change this P-trap in this one bathroom? And I was like, yeah, sure, but I'm already like really struggling to get everything done you're asking me to do in the 15 hours I'm limited to. If I do that, I'm gonna need 2 more hours at least. And that was like busting my ass, because I don't know if you guys have ever changed a P-trap on a sink, but it usually takes way longer than you think. 2 hours was everything went perfectly, right? Because half the time we had a rule when I was at the apartment complex that I had maintenance at for like 7 or 8 years. Unless it's an emergency, never start plumbing after lunch, because it's one of those things where you would think it's gonna be a 30-minute fix, and then you're there for 4 hours because you just something breaks or something won't come loose or the part doesn't fit the way you thought it would. So I was like, I'm gonna need 2 hours additional. I'm gonna need to be able to put in 17 hours this week to do this job. And they were like, we'll only give you 1. And I was like, fine, I'll do the 1, but I may not get some of the other stuff clean if that's the thing. And they said, okay, that's fine. So I got the P-trap changed. I got almost everything done except for 1 stairwell. And they were like dead serious. They were like, if you go, like, we will not pay you for a minute over the hard cap. So that day the hard cap was, that week the hard cap was 16 hours. So the moment I hit that 16 hours, I was like, fuck, well, done. I can't, because I wasn't going to work for stuff I wasn't being paid for, especially with like how tight everything's always been. Like if I'm not, unless it's something like this where I feel like I'm just doing good and then the money doesn't really matter at that point. Like the money didn't really matter for the Upward Bound thing because I was helping those kids get ready for college, but I got, because I wasn't spending money while I was living there for room and board were covered, I was making these. But for something like that where it was just like I would have to go and do all this insane work, especially it was so ridiculous that they like refused to, it wasn't even that I was asking for more pay or anything. I was totally fine with the amount of pay. I was just like, hey, can I be allowed to do the number of hours that are required for the work that you're saying I have to do? And I got everything done except for one stairwell vacuum. There was one stairwell that was like the least used stairwell. I think there were 3 stairwells in that place. There was one that went directly from the basement up into the church. There was one in the preschool area that took you up to like the 2nd level, and then there was one that was kind of in between. It was like the probably least used stairwell. At least I figured I got everything done but that one stairwell, especially because the stairwells took a lot more time to vacuum. Like, who puts carpet on stairs? What the fuck? Anyways, I got everything done but that one stairwell, and then they took me aside and they bitched me out for not vacuuming that stairwell when I literally had no time to do it because they wouldn't give me the time I told them I would have needed. And I've never quit a job without putting in my 2 weeks. I also don't make big decisions without sleeping on them, especially because I'm not generally a highly emotional person, but I do sometimes get angry and tilted about things. And then once that happens, it takes me a minute to calm down. I'm very much, there's people that they're like all over the place and stuff, but I'm very much like, oh, I'm up here now. Oh, okay. So I always sleep on a big decision because I don't want to make an emotional knee-jerk reaction. I woke up the next morning and I texted the guy putting in my 2 weeks because I was just so over that. And I actually found out that they couldn't find anyone to replace me. It got so bad that the because I knew people that went to that church, right? It got, and I actually knew some of the, one of the teachers at that church used to be someone that I was in The Sound of Music in high school, one of the teachers in that church. And so small world, right? How, talk about how things roll back. I wonder how she's doing these days. But anyways, so I heard through the grapevine. Also, one of the teachers was one of the firefighters' wives. That they never found anyone to replace me. And it got so bad that like the teachers themselves would have to come in early and like do the cleanup themselves and stuff. And then eventually they just hired out a cleaning service, which I can guarantee you cost way more than they were paying me. And apparently that cleaning service didn't even do like half of the things I did for that place. So I have to admit, I felt kind of vindicated hearing that. I was like, yeah, guys didn't know what you had when you had it. But after that, I went into I actually had to back into my parents' place. I fell on hard times after I left that job. I wasn't able to find a new job. That was in 2018. 2018 into 2019, I think. And the back then, the job market was starting to get flooded. Way worse than it. That was like the whole beginning of the nobody wants to work era, but also like nobody was hiring either. So it was ridiculous. Put in 30 applications, get one call back, you know? Now need to put in approximately, last I checked, now you need to put in approximately anywhere between 80 and 100 applications. I think it's a job, not. I think back then it was like 10 applications to get a call back, and then around 30 or 40 to get a job. Now it's like 30 or 40 to get a call back, and then after 100 you get a job. So that's actually when I started streaming on Twitch. While I would like do a couple applications a day, and then when I get burnt out on that, I would play Overwatch, Elite Dangerous, and EVE Online. And I'd actually been on Twitch since 2016. I originally made my account. And the whole reason I made it, one sec. We probably don't need this up anymore. The whole reason I made it was because I had a friend from high school, one of my best friends, one of the few dudes I'm actually still chill with because he's always done right by me. We used to be rivals when we were younger, not like hardcore rivals, like not Ash Gary rivals, kind of like Rock Ash rivals, where it was like he was just so goofy, and I was always lame. I like, especially being like very on the spectrum. There's a guy that he actually got banned from the Star Wars role playing game for harassing other players, but he used to tell everyone he was he had the mind of a 13-year-old trapped in a 30-year-old's body. And it was just an excuse for him to be obnoxious, bother everyone. Because at some point, regardless of what you're going through, you need to learn to take accountability for yourself. But he had a mother that emotionally crippled him. Grow up was one of the biggest issues. And it got so bad that they had to ban him from the role-playing game. But that was one of the other like epiphanic moments where like with the line cook boss, he was like, oh, now this happened thing. The line cook boss was like, oh, you learn everything backwards. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess I do. That makes sense. So when that guy said, oh, I'm the mind of a 13-year-old trapped in a 30-year-old's body, that took me back, and I was like, oh, I was the mind of a 30-year-old trapped in a 13 body. So like, I had a lot of trouble making friends when I was younger because everyone just seemed like goddamn insufferable, whiny, annoying, selfish little child. And I promise you, way worse now than it was back then. That shit's like exponential. I feel so old at this point, I don't even know how to explain. But basically, but like, because of that, I'm like able to be whimsical and childish and funny again. It's like the 90-year-old that super in touch with his inner child. Well, I'm like the 900-year child. Basically what happened is I was like I was no fun at parties back then, to say the least. And this guy, we're gonna give him a shout out, Monar. He's the one that got me on Twitch. He doesn't stream anymore, but I'm sure the clip will show you exactly what he would. I was no fun at parties, and he was always the life of the party, right? But let's let the clip play. I'm gonna drink. I was gonna say, is there no clip?
I don't think I heard about this story.
It's just gonna be the lamest clip.
Oh,
It's the life of the party.
I'm alive. Holy shit. That was hilarious.
Someone clip that.
I think that was a WoW hardcore thing.
I'm jumping off.
Let's see if we can get a better one. Let's see what... We haven't gotten rid of it yet. Let's see what the Frosty Tool says. Yes, I've heard of them. They say they're chill, but I've seen them in the Tarkov wasteland, fighting tooth and nail for survival. Maybe they're just trying to keep it cool after all the chaos. Either way, they deserve a stream. They do. The big thing, like, he's always been the best gamer
Did I get it?
in our group.
Oh my god. Why did it keep pulling me?
Why was it doing
that? Yeah, I don't know why I was pathing there.
He was the guy that would win every Slayer match in Halo. And it, like, wasn't even close.
I could have sworn that I had vision on that guy. I could have sworn I had vision on that guy.
Oh, that's so, because the melee was right there?
That stupid angle. Nate?
We're going to do one more.
You should be able to shoot through.
We're going to do a best of 3. He would get 25 kills and win the game. And the next guy would have like 16, 18. The guy after that would have like 12. And I'd have like 7. I was always the worst. But the funny thing is, like 5 of my kills would be him. No one else could kill him, but I would land 5 kills on him. Like he would have 6 deaths and 5 of them would be to me, because I just would like strategize. I knew that like I would never win 1v1 against anyone, so I would just like cherry pick. And I would like wait until a big fight happened, and Mo would kill everyone, and then he'd have like no shields. And back then, you needed to get health packs in Halo. Just didn't automatically heal, so you'd have like no shields. You'd be going for a health pack, and then I'd just finish him off with a shotgun or something. And he would get so mad because like I was the worst person at the game, but I was the only person that could kill him. And it was because I wasn't playing the game. I was more metagaming, you know, but I didn't even realize back. So, but he'd also do like stupid, ridiculous, crazy things where he's always been like, into skateboarding and extreme sports, and he would just randomly like climb a tree or pick something up and throw it across the road, and I would get so mad at him for doing these dangerous, childish things. And that was like, and he'd get mad at me for like always ruining the fun, you know. That was like our back and forth thing. And then eventually we got over that. Basically what happened, I don't know for him what the moment was, but for me, I remember there was one time I have one somewhere. I don't know where it is now, but you know, I have the. Can you see the backpack back there? Yeah, there's a hiking backpack, external frame hiking backpack, all there against the wall. Uh, I've been like I've been all throughout the Rocky Mountains and that stuff. So got all the compact camping equipment and stuff like that. I can just carry everything I need to survive for 2 weeks on my back in that pack. And I had this folding camping shovel that I was really proud of. Because, like, you know, me being kind of on the spectrum, one of my favorite things are like my cool technology. So I was like oddly proud of this folding camping shovel. And I was like saying all the things I could do. I was like, yeah, it's got like saw blade on this side, and this side is like sharp, so you could use it as like a mini hatchet and stuff like that. So Mo, being Mo, took it and he just started like wailing on this tree with it, to the point it was so bad it actually hurled the tip over into like a U, like a paperclip shape. This steel shovel. I like hadn't even realized it was like possible for a human, or maybe it was like a big log he did it with, not a sapling. But either way, I hadn't even realized it was possible for a human to exert that much force to bend this steel shovel that badly. And I was so mad. That's one of the angriest I'd ever been in my life. That might have been the angriest I'd ever been in my life at that point. And I like had this campsite that we'd all built, like a group of like 5 to 10 of us who would always. There was usually 5 at the campsite around because it wasn't the biggest campsite, but there were like 10 of us that would cycle through and all hang out there occasionally, and then other people in the area would come by too. But there were like 10 in the core group, and I just kind of like stormed off into the woods. Like everyone knew I was fine because I was like probably the campiest of all of us. Like, yeah, I was the Eagle Scout. You know, I wasn't an Eagle Scout back then, I don't think, but I was the Boy Scout. So like everyone kind of knew I was fine, but I just went off by myself to cool off for a little. And when I came back, I was utterly shocked because well, he had taken the shovel and he put it in the campfire and he heated it up and then used a rock to beat it back into shape. And that was like, for me in particular, the turning point in our friendship, where I like no longer just saw him as this ridiculous monkey like fool, for 2 reasons. One, the fact that he like cared that much to put that much effort into fixing the shovel, it like blew me away, because I always had the impression that he just never cared about anything, because he was just that aloof, that like kind of like wild with everything. And then at that point I realized, like, holy shit, he might be the only one here who actually cares as much. Because like I couldn't see anyone else. I couldn't see any of them up to that point putting that much effort into fixing something that it went wrong. But the other thing that like actually shocked me, and then I felt I actually felt bad for was I was like, holy crap, this guy's actually really smart, because I don't think most of the other guys would have had the intelligence to be able to realize, like, yeah, well, I'm just gonna do it like the blacksmiths did in the old day, just like spontaneous, you know? And so from that point, I just immediately had tons and tons of respect for it. But at the time when I was working at 2016, so it would have been 26, 25. What does it tell me exactly what day? September 30th, 2016 was when I created my account. So my brain's so fried, I don't remember the order of them. I would have been 25 at the time when I created the account. So I think I was either working as I would have been working at the bakery. Pretty sure I was working at the bakery at that time. And I had an Amazon Prime account. So we were like hanging out. It had been a while since we'd kind of all chilled because everyone like went off to college, did their thing. And yeah, 25 is about right because that's the time we started all reconnecting as bros. And he was like, I was like, so what are you doing? And he was like, oh, I'm streaming on Twitch. I was like, what the hell's that? He's like, it's a website where I like just I live stream. I was like, oh, what do you live stream? He was like, RuneScape. I was like, wait, you mean that game I used to play in like 7th grade? He was like, yeah, that one. I was like, I was just like, why? He was like, well, people pay me money. I'm like, no way. I was like, yeah, like subs and stuff. And I was like, that's ridiculous. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I can't believe anyone would pay you money to play video games. That's insane. Like, who would do that? That's a waste of money. Like, I don't know. There's lots of people. I got like 30 people come into my chat and they just like chat and talk and hang out and they give me money to do it. I'm like, that's ridiculous. He's like, well, you have a Prime account? I was like, yeah. I was like, well, you get a free sub. I was like, oh, really? I was like, yeah. So I was like, yeah, I'll absolutely do that. So I linked Amazon. I made an account. I linked Amazon to my thing. And literally for like the first 2 years, the only reason I got on Twitch was to just gift my sub to him. And I had to do that every month because your Prime sub, it will not automatically renew on the person. There's no option to. So I would have to stop and do his stream at least once a month just to go and give him my Prime sub. And eventually, of course, that evolved, which is why they do this, I'm sure. It evolved to me just hanging out there during the week and stuff after work. And yeah, so let's see if we can get one of those wild Mo going off being the life of the party clips. This is the third one. I said we were going to do 3 in an attempt to get him being himself. They also used to play the most ridiculous songs there. His stream is how I discovered Hobson. This isn't a ridiculous song, it just made me think of it.
No way.
I don't know what that clip was. What was that clip? We're gonna do one more. That one doesn't count. The last one. I promise. Whether it works or not, this is the last one. Well, I mean, it's gonna work, but whether it's the clip we're looking for. It's just bank standing.
Can't die if you're already dead.
This is
This isn't a PvP world, is it? The fuck, dude? What? That scared the shit out of me. Holy shit! Who was that?
okay, but there's some great clips. We just, you know what? We're gonna do it the old-fashioned way. We're gonna go to his channel and find one of the good ones. But yeah, so eventually he got me on here, and it just became a thing where when I had left that job because of being mistreated, I started streaming on Twitch because I didn't know what else to do. I was playing video games anyways. I was like, well, fuck it. I don't know what's gonna happen. And then eventually, is this the double boot? He's had several moments that were kind of pretty insane. I want to think of one of the moments where he gets kind of hype. Oh, actually, I think this is my favorite clip of all time, right? This is when he was playing Tarkov. But yeah, once I started streaming.
Ah! I got shot. It's me. There's somebody over there.
No, this is not the one I'm thinking. Why isn't it working? I hear it, but I can't see.
Wait, where the fuck? Ah! I got shot.
Is this? Can I get? Okay, yeah. This is one of my favorite clips of all time. We're gonna watch this in a sec. But once I was doing my job search, I started just streaming on Twitch after I was done with sending in job applications for the day. Streaming Overwatch, Elite Dangerous, and EVE Online, whichever one fit my fancy that night. And then one night, streaming, I think it's just Curse now. You look like a chill as fuck wizard. I appreciate that, Liquid Tea. Thank you. We're trying to be chill as fuck. I'm just talking about how I got started on Twitch. I apparently created my account the same year you did, back in 2016. I didn't start streaming until 2019, though. I was applying for jobs, and after applying for jobs, I would just go live on Twitch for a few hours while I gamed to relax after putting in endless job applications. And I was streaming EVE Online, and I got a raid. I think he's changed his name now. Let's try. Yeah. So I got a raid from this guy for like 130 viewers. And I'd already been streaming enough at that point, but I was at like, is Sidekick having a problem? Maybe he doesn't have clips or something. No. Anyways, go follow that guy. He's one of the chillest streamers out there. First is his name. He dropped like 130 viewers on the raid, and I instantly made it to affiliate that night because I think I was maybe a couple follows short of the follower requirement, and I was like averaging like 2 viewers at that point. I would get like 3 or 4 viewers, but then I'd also have streams that were like 1 viewer. Of course, we're back to the 1 viewer streams, but that's only because I've been not streaming for several years. What is going on with Sidekick? You can actually see my progress where when I stopped and started streaming. I'm gonna bring it up real where if you go down here and look, I don't know what's up with that. We're kind of stuck. Dude, when I first started, I fucking blew up. But there's lots of reasons why I ended up stopping. And then when I came back, I didn't explode quite as quickly, but also there were a lot fewer people back in 2019 streaming on Twitch. And then 2020, obviously, through 21, that was quarantine. And I've just had a few rough years. And that's not like falling off or anything like that. One, because normally when people fall off, that number goes down. But two, if you scroll up and look, it's just because I actually stopped, right? But if you look at these past couple days, where these past months, we're back to it full time now. Like literally, we just came back November. And I did pretty good November, considering that it was like wasteland since 21, 22. But yeah. So Urs got me to affiliate, but the guy who got me to we should stay on this anyway. I'm just gonna kill that shout out because it's fucked already. The guy who got me on here in the first place was my good friend Monar. And this is my favorite clip of his of all time, I think. This is when he was playing Tarkov. He got me to play Tarkov with him for a while too. I was not on this raid, but this raid is amazing. They're in labs, which is the most like difficult and dangerous place. They're going for the extraction here.
We're in, go.
Trying to leave.
Come on in. What are you doing? I can't get in. He's right here watching this. I'm leaving you then.
So they go and try and extract. And it was that guy's first run on this difficult map. And it was like, I want to find the image. Oh, it's not going to show the image. It's just like, he actually gets pushed out of the elevator. He like edges in and then he gets pushed out by the doors closing. And it's the funniest shit ever. And I miss gaming with the bros, to be honest. I miss when he used to stream. I think he still does game a lot. He just does it kind of offline in his Discord. I wonder, let's see. It looks like he's chilling in a voice channel right now, to be honest. But we're not gonna pop in there and disrupt this part of the stream. Like, I'm sure they got other things going on. They're probably talking about whatever. But yeah, it's kind of ironic because back then I was like, yo, that's the stupidest shit ever. Why would you ever pay money to watch people play video games? And then he quit and I ended up doing it more than he ever did. I almost made partner at one point when I was going full hardcore on EVE Online. But I don't really want partner anymore. Basically, I would take it if they offered it to me, but I don't plan on applying because I'm more of a creator than like a streamer, and there's a lot of stuff in there where they get certain amounts of control over your content more than if you're just an affiliate. So for me, Twitch is really more just a platform for me to reach out and build a community. And once I get my real content released, it's just a platform for me to connect with my community. You know, it's just a stepping stone, and it's like the fireside chats, you know, that the president of the United States used to have with America. This is not the end game for me. It's just one of many boring bricks, and we are going brick by boring brick. We are back to it full time, and I'm doing it a lot smarter than ever before. I have merch, which I never had back when I was pulling those big numbers. And the crazy thing is, if I had made merch back then, I probably, where the hell did my chat go? If I had made merch back then, oh look, it literally popped up. I didn't even need to do the command. I probably never would have stopped streaming, because the primary reason I stopped streaming was because I just wasn't making enough money. But I was only making money off of the Twitch subs and bits, and that was it. I wasn't monetizing. I wasn't doing sponsorships. We're going to look into sponsorships maybe next week. There's a couple opportunities on Stream Elements for that. But yeah, I feel like I kind of want to wrap it up there, primarily because I'm trying to be live more during the day earlier, and it's past 3 a.m. here, so I feel like I should go to sleep, especially because I only slept for 5 hours, and I don't know how I'm still awake. We are absolutely 100% going to be live tomorrow. My plan is to try and be live by 7 p.m. No promises. Eastern. That was a fucked up sentence. You can tell, that's how you know I've been awake for way too long, because my brain doesn't function like a normal person. So I'll just start saying random words out of order, because as they pop into my head, one second. Too much brain power to type and talk at the same point. That's how tired I am. So yeah, we're gonna be live tomorrow, and I don't remember what I was saying. We're going to raid my friend Medi, socials, whatever, exclamation point socials in chat if you want to read them. You can follow exclamation point Discord if you want to get notifications when I go live. Copy and paste those. And if you're still paying attention and still hanging out here, we are going to say hello to my friend, one of the first streamer friends I made here on this platform. Really solid dude that also plays a lot of EVE Online. It's what he happens to right now, but I will be back live tomorrow. Don't forget to follow if you enjoyed the content, and I will see. I didn't hit the start raid button, so I got 10 more seconds. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully get started a little bit earlier, but our aim is to be live between 7 and 8 Eastern. And yeah, see you tomorrow. Peace.
It's 55 for me. Holy shit, still drifters right. I gotta catch up on my shoutouts. Let's get Disco. Get Steve.